darling, I welcome in. You're like a spy under me. You try to tell me where I should go. Yeah. Oh, hello, darling, I welcome in. You're like a spy under me. You try to tell me where I should go. I can't find my way back home.
Energize your soul.
Outside, I see that girl again, floating all over under her skin. At times, I think of her again. She's lost her composure, lost everything. Here we go again, feelings of regret. Lose my mind, I lose my head. Here we go again, the sounds and silence. Lost my mind, I lost my head.
All right, if everyone wants to find a seat, we're going to get started here in just a minute. I'm Greg Weeks. I'm the CEO of Max Connect Digital, and I would like to personally welcome you all here today. We appreciate you being here. We appreciate you taking the time, making the time in your schedules to join us. We've had actually a good handful of partners and clients travel from outside of the state to be here with us, and we appreciate them getting on planes and making their way here. We're also excited to have our team from Google here who came in from New York as well. So we really just appreciate everyone being here. We have some really good content planned today, so I'm hoping that the keynotes and the discussions we have will be beneficial to you and to your businesses as well. After all the best laid plans, we're running just a little bit late with Greg McEwen, so he's on his way, he's gonna be here, but we're gonna call a little audible and just take about 5 minutes, and Phil's gonna share some things with you. But before then, I wanted just to kind of cover off a few housekeeping items. First of all, in fact, we have the clicker, Phil, I forgot that. First of all, our Wi-Fi is Max Connect. You'll find that. And the password is, and this is always a little challenging, I'm gonna put it up, it's World Domination, which, yeah, we usually get some chuckles out. World Domination, all lowercase, but instead of zeros or O's, there's zeros. So if you have a hard time connecting, please connect with one of our team members and they'll help you get connected to the Wi-Fi as well. Next, the timing for this summit is actually perfect because we're just finishing our little extension. We've added a couple of new bathrooms, which are going to be great for today. And then you'll see as you kind of come through this door on the right, you'll see our new area. There's a lot of tables and chairs set up there, and that's kind of our break area. So feel free to grab a snack if you need to make a quick phone call or sit down and have a quick conversation. That space is open for you. And obviously different snacks and things throughout the day, and we'll have a boxed lunch here a little bit later. So with that, I'm going to share a few thoughts, but I'm going to wait until we start the next session there. But I'm going to invite Phil up, and Phil's just going to kind of share some overall industry slides, give you an idea of what's going on out there as Greg arrives and we prepare for his keynote.
Great to be with you today. I wanted to just share a couple of thoughts relative to the context of today's discussion, and much of what I'll speak on is kind of the macroeconomic forces, the things maybe out of our control, some things that you realize or some things that maybe you don't realize at hand. So just to kind of touch on a few of those. One is, believe it or not, amidst inflation, high interest rates, and kind of a weird economy right now, we're seeing consumer sentiment up 28% year over year. And what that means is that there's some confidence in spending. There's some confidence that individuals are not only looking forward with positivity, but they're doing it even more so than last year, which for some of you brand owners might seem strange because you may have seen adverse reactions in your business. One of the things that I just found these two headlines yesterday. What recession? This summer's economy is defying odds. And we're continuing to see spending even with higher interest rates. Now, categorically, that may not be true across the board, but we are seeing that consumers have some confidence. They're looking forward. They're not putting plans on hold. This next highlight I thought was interesting. Retail sales rose solidly last month, and a sign that consumers are still spending freely. So part of this is credit card debt. Part of this is individuals just feeling confident that things will get better. We're still seeing a little bit of pullback in some categories, but higher-end luxury, elective surgeries, travel, individuals are saying, we're not going to wait anymore. It's time to move forward. And so a little bit of some unique context in that regard. Additionally, and this is a macroeconomic trend that we're blessed every 4 years to have, $11 billion is what's expected to be spent in this 2024 political election cycle. Now, that isn't just on presidential candidates. There's a lot of congressional, gubernatorial candidates. And so when you're thinking about advertising, when you're thinking about your business, this is a force to think about because costs go up dramatically as it gets to those heavier spending seasons prior to certain primaries in certain geographical states, and then nationally as you get closer in 2024 in that September, October timeframe. So you want to plan carefully and know that things will be more expensive, and maybe there's some shifting as you plan for 2024. Just a few other things of note. There was a recent Supreme Court ruling that student loan debt, as given by the federal government, would not be forgiven. And whether you're part of that or not, it does affect us. And the fact that there's 36 million Americans that have student loan debt. in those ages of 25 to 61, with 35 plus having the highest debt, as well as the share of student debt. The reason that matters is you're thinking about impacting those individuals with your advertising and their ability and willingness to buy. That means that just over the last few weeks, they realized they'll continue to have an average monthly payment of $377 to pay back their student loan. And that, they're on average $37,000 outstanding. So that matters. It matters how we think about things. It matters how we frame conversations and how individuals are feeling. This last topic I wanted to touch on. Imagine you're getting ready to watch the Grand Prix, you're getting ready to watch Formula One, and your TV breaks. And for some reason it's malfunctioning. And you're saying, well, I need to get a TV and I want to get a nice one. So I'm going to go buy a, LG OLED, some of the top technology. And the question is, where will you buy it? And what we're seeing right now is brand loyalty has decreased more so than ever. So during COVID, brand loyalty mattered, but it's been interesting over the last kind of 2 years. We've seen that drop almost 15, 20% across categories and across the economy, meaning consumers are less loyal to you and other brands more so than ever before. And so what does that mean for you? This is just an example within automotive showing you, how much supply of cars and inventory you have coupled with brand loyalty. And you'll see since 2019 that percentage has continued to decrease, in this case by about 10 percentage points. So as you think about the impact to your business, it means, number one, people won't just buy from you because they've known you and they always buy from you. Particularly, about 1 in 3 consumers have said, I'm not loyal to any brand. It's about lifestyle, it's about convenience, it's about right time, right place. So you need to think about that and factor that into the equation of what are we doing as a brand to not create just loyalty, but to be relevant, to create digital experiences, to create a customer experience in person that they become loyal because of the most recent experience they had, not because what happened 5 years ago or their grandfathers bought from you. And so it's important to consider that as we kind of navigate some of these kind of unique waters over the next, I would say, several years. I don't know if this is going to change. I think we'll continue to see brand loyalty probably remain at these levels or be less. And again, it's about, are you meeting the need that individual has at that time? Are you convenient? Amazon has proved that out. Typically, the behavior that I think about is, hey, we need to have some batteries by tomorrow. I first go to Amazon. Will my batteries be delivered by 8 a.m. tomorrow? If not, I'm getting in my car and going to the store. And so we're making decisions as human beings because we're being affected by this broader digital ecosystem. So it's important to keep context there and to think about some of the things you're doing to be there just in time for those consumers when they're ready to buy. But do what you can to continue to provide elevating experiences and value back to them, as a potential customer. With that, I'm going to turn the time back over to Greg and Suzanne. I think we'll be starting here just shortly, and Greg McEwen will be arriving. Thank you.
So we are stalling a little bit to get Greg here and get mic'd up, but he's literally minutes away. In May, Max Connect Digital celebrated its 10-year anniversary. And as we celebrated that major milestone here at Max Connect, it gave us an opportunity to reflect on the challenges, the opportunities, and successes we've had as a company and with our clients. And we know that all of us in the last few years have really experienced some pretty difficult challenges. Many of you have experienced headwinds in your business, whether that was through staffing shortages or inventory issues or just through general economic uncertainty. So we've all experienced that. And we actually, we feel privileged to have worked side by side with many of you to be able to pivot our strategies and help you continue to grow your businesses. Through all of that, the idea that keeps coming back to us is one of Max Connect's core values, and that core value is relationships matter. Our relationships with you, with our clients, with our partners, is what drives our business forward, and we appreciate that. In this day and age where you've got machine learning and artificial intelligence that has the potential of further minimizing human interaction, we value our personal relationships with you. And we thank you for being a part of Max Connect's 10-year history. So with that, I don't know, do you want to introduce Greg or do you want to wait for that? Okay, so it's not often that you have two famous Gregs in the same room. And in fact, today, you still don't have two famous Gregs, but we have one. We're excited to have him here. Really, you know, his books have been on our team reading list, and I think Phil must share a quote or two every day from one of those books. But we just feel lucky to have him here. And I'm going to invite Suzanne Vieweg, who is our our head of strategic partnerships, who's going to introduce Greg. So come on up, Suzanne. Thank you. Your mic.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. We are thrilled to have Greg McKeown come. And in fact, it wasn't just picking a name out of a hat for us. When we thought about who we wanted to kick off this event, we wanted someone who really aligned well with the messaging of Max Connect. We wanted someone whose values really mirrored ours. And so as Phil and Greg and I, the other Greg, got thinking about who would best represent Max Connect, it was a really easy decision. We needed to get Greg McKeown. And so what's interesting is I've known Greg for quite some time. When I first met Greg, it was as my cousin Anna's husband. So Greg was invited over with Anna for a family event several years ago. And I just had heard that Anna was swept off her feet by this brilliant British guy. And he comes walking in, and as advertised, brilliant British guy, very humble, kind, down to earth, and yet posh. And so he comes in and steals the show, as you might imagine. And then to me, just felt like maybe, a few months later, it wasn't, it was years later, I ran into Anna at another family event. And I said, hey, I've heard rumblings that Greg has published a book. And she said, yeah, she downplayed. She goes, yeah, we're excited, And I said, well, gosh, good luck. I hope it goes well. And which ended up being the understatement of the decade, because as you well know, Essentialism rocketed to the top of the New York Times bestseller list. It also launched Greg onto the worldwide stage. He is now sought after by millions of people, audiences like yourself, not quite as spectacular as yourselves, but audiences like yourselves all over the world. In fact, he's headed to Brazil in a few weeks to speak to a group there. And so, anyway, Essentialism to me, and for those of you who've read it, you know this. If you haven't read it recently, it's worth a reread. But for me, Essentialism was honestly, it was just a breath of fresh air in a world where society encourages, even applauds, working at a breakneck, past burnout rate. And for me, when I read Essentialism, it for me was a necessary, a vital interruption to my standard way of thinking. And that's just something that we really all need today. And so obviously Essentialism gave way to Effortless, and you all have your books here today. And so we are thrilled to be able to have an internationally known speaker to kick off our event today. It is my honor to welcome to the stage Greg McKeown.
I've been thinking all about you and what your life looks like and the challenges you face. And if we could sort of start with that. could start with that as the test. My goodness, something's not right. Here we go. They put the bad mic on for the Englishman. That's what you get. Now listen, I was wondering if we could start with one word. I want you to think of one word to describe your life right now.
Put the body pack on your pillow.
Yeah. One word to describe your life right now. The challenge in your life. Okay, I want you to write it down. Write it down. One word to describe your life right now. That's it. Who has their word? Okay, hands up. Tell me. What's your word? Go. Time. Time is your life right now. What do you mean by that? Challenge of managing your time. That is an issue. More. Let's hear it. Don't be shy. What word did you go? Go. Adversity. What's the adversity? What isn't adversity these days? Okay, more. Your one word. Go. One more time. What is my direction? What should I be doing next of all the different things ahead of me? More. Adventurous. Tell us more. You love adventure like what?
Climbing mountains, crossing oceans, sailing around the world.
Yeah. Everyone's like, yeah, that's what I wrote too. That's what I wrote too. I meant to write adventure, not opposition, not terrible things. More. One word. Let's go. What is it? Balance. The challenge of balancing all the different responsibilities that we have. More. More. What's the word for you? Go. Healing. Yeah, I mean, I think literally healing that you're dealing with here. More. Growth. You want to grow. You want to be able to get to the next level. More. Perspective. Tell us more. Focusing on the right thing even is. More. Hear me? Yeah, you can. Gonna be all right. Gonna be just fine. Okay, is that going to cause a problem to have this instead? All right, there you go. That's all. Now we're cooking. As I've been thinking about you, I've been thinking about a problem, a very particular kind of problem. And I think about this as the 10x dilemma. And some of your words fit right in with it. The 10x dilemma is, well, we can do it this way, like by a show of hands here. By a show of hands here, who is motivated, driven to be able to get better results? Maybe even significantly better results. Maybe even 10x results. Let's see, show of hands for that. Show of hands. Okay, I think it's every hand. Think every hand. All right, now let's ask a second question. Who here can work 10 times harder than you're currently working? Okay, any hands for that? Okay, I'm always surprised when any hands go up, but almost no hands. And if you put those two questions together, then you have the 10x dilemma. Because if you try to achieve 10 times more by simply trying to do 10 times as many things or to put in 10 times as much effort, what happens is you don't get 10x results, you just burn out and still don't get the results that you wanted. And so my main position to you today is that what got you here won't get you there. And that's really non-trivial challenge. Because you can't just do more of what you've done before. And I'm not suggesting you're not successful. To be in the room right now, you have to be successful. I don't even know if that is necessarily precisely how you feel. But if you don't feel successful, it really is probably because you don't quite appreciate the historical times in which we live. We live in times of unbelievable success. If you take anything like a long-term perspective, the level of success, and then of course, you're in a successful organization, and you're in a successful country, and in a successful time in the history of the world. And Buffett made this point recently. He said, if you're alive today, you have more opportunity, practical opportunity, than Rockefeller did. That's what 100 years of success has done. You have higher life expectancy than he had. You have greater opportunity to learn, greater opportunity to travel. So we have lived in this unbelievable era of success, truly. And so whether we feel it or not, because sometimes you just spend your life comparing and so on, whether you feel it or not, to be in the room right now, to be alive in this, and here, you are successful. You're part of a tremendous success story. So the question is, how do we get to that next level without burning out? And that's what I want to talk with you about today. Let's suggest it this way. What I want to share with you today is 5 things that will help you to break through to the next level of success, but without burning out. That sound all right? Are we okay with that as a theme? Snap if you're okay with this. Snap if you're all right. We're okay with this. This is okay. Now here's what I want from you. I could say that I want from you to be engaged the whole time, and that's true. But that's really minimum. I could say I want you to really be open to something beyond what I specifically say or what somebody else says. You know, you could be open to just your own conscience speaking something to you that really is a game changer. We could say that. But really, there's one more lever. And that is that I want for you to this moment take the role of a teacher of these 5 ideas. I'm going to share 5 tools with you, but even before you know what they are, what I'm asking from you is that you prepare yourself to teach it to someone else within the next 24 to 48 hours. I want you to take the role of the teacher, of the coach on these ideas. First of all, are you game for that? Are you open for that? Snap if you're snap. Okay. I got some people dancing at the back for that. We are on board. We are going to do this. Why does it matter so much to take that role as a teacher? Actually, I was going to ask that rhetorically. Now I really want your answer. Why does it matter to be a teacher even at the beginning of a learning environment? Let's have your thoughts on that. Why does it matter? One word answer is fine. Why is this important? Why does it matter? Go. What is it? Engage. You engage differently. Go. You listen completely differently if you know you've got to teach it yourself. It's totally true. I love that. More. Go. You have to understand it to be able to teach it. Yeah. You learn faster, learn more deeply, and it challenges what you don't know about the subject. And so it means that we are together both learners and teachers. And that's exactly how I feel. I want this. I hope it's already been signaled, not just a nice idea, but in the fact that we've already had a conversation. It's starting to be a back and forth. This is a conversation. I want to learn from you. I would like to teach you. I would like you to learn from me. I would like you to teach me. I would like for that to carry on. So this is the beginning. You are now empowered as the teachers, as facilitators for these 5 tools going forward. All right, that's some context, but let's get to a little more. Let's start with number 1, a word that has been something like destroyed over the last 100 years. We'll get to the word in a moment, but I want to express it by sharing a story. I got an email a few years ago from my boss at the time that said Friday between 1 and 2 p.m. would be a very bad time for your wife to have a baby because I need you to be at this client meeting. Friday comes along. Daughter's just been born. We're in the hospital. And I have my phone on and out. I have my laptop open, trying to do it all. Trying to keep all the client work happy, keep my boss happy, I was trying to keep my wife, Anna, happy, trying to be there for my child. I'm just trying to do it all on the basis that if I can do it all, I can have it all. And so to my shame, I go to the meeting. I leave my hours-old baby, go to the meeting. Even afterwards, I remember my manager saying, "The client will respect you for the choice you just made." And the look on their faces did not evince that sort of respect, I'll tell you that. But even if they had, is it not obvious that I made a fool's bargain? That I violated something essential for something non-essential? And here's the lesson for me. Here's the lesson for all of us if we sort of smart enough to learn it on the cheap. If you don't prioritize your life, someone else will. That's what I learned about it, but what about you? We've already been snapping, so let's do it again, but let's do it on these questions. If these are true for you, have you ever found yourself like I was, being busy but not necessarily productive? If yes, snap for that. Have you ever found yourself like I was, feeling stretched too thin at work or at home? If you have, snap for that. Have you ever found yourself like I was, let's say just trying to say yes to everyone and everything without really thinking about it? Snap for that. So I was falling into what you could call the undisciplined pursuit of more. And the antidote to that problem is the disciplined pursuit of less. And I want to emphasize it around a single word. And this is, let's say, tool 1. The word is the word priority. The word came in, priority came into the English language in the 1400s. And it was singular. And I just wonder, what did the word mean when it came into the English language? What did the word priority mean? Don't be shy, I want to hear from you. What did that word mean, priority? Let's go. The most, that was fantastic. It was like in stereo, we had 3 answers, all saying the exact same thing. Say what you said. The most important. More. Somebody else answered. Go. Same. Yeah, was it the most important? Just to be clear, how many are there? There's one. It's singular. The word is singular. It stayed singular, according to Peter Drucker, for the next 500 years. Which I think is pretty startling. That means that no one in the English-speaking world was using the word priorities until we entered the Industrial Revolution. And then I can just imagine somebody's in some, they weren't really in a Zoom meeting, I know when Zoom came out, but you could just imagine somebody in some Zoom meeting where there's way too many people, and everyone's trying to discuss way too many things, and somebody's like, I know the solution to all of this. We'll just have priorities. We'll just have very, very, very many, very first before all other things. And I don't even know what the word priorities means sometimes. I don't even know what that word means. How can you have very many things before all other things? It's like the whole idea, the whole gift of the word is a single thing, the first thing, the priorest thing. And so let's say this is the first tool. The first tool is to be able to ask yourself the question, what's the priority? What's the priority of all the things I need to do today? Make the list, fine. I know you've got many, many more things than one thing to do. I do too, we all do. But you don't stop with just the list. You don't just stop with the reaction to all of this stuff. You say, okay, of all of these things, if I could only get one thing done today, what would it be? What is the priority today? What's the priority this quarter? What's the priority this year? You constantly come back in a disciplined pursuit of what the single most important thing is. This is the first tool. Okay, here's what we're going to do about that first tool. I want you to take just a moment to think about what I've shared and to prepare yourself to teach that idea to somebody else. How would you teach it? Who are you going to share it with? What will you say to them? How will you put it in your own words? I'm going to give you, let's say, 15 seconds. It's not long, but a little moment just to reflect on that. Write any notes if you want to. I want you to think about it. Ready and go. All right, snap if you think you've got a thought together on that. Snap if you are ready. Snap if you need more time. I got no snaps for either. Okay, snap if you need more time. Snap if you've got something ready. Okay, so that's good. Okay, so I want you to take a moment to share one of your own thoughts. It could be a question, could be a thought, could be a story, a mini story. I want you to share something with the person next to you about the subject of if you don't prioritize your life someone else with, about the subject of priority being a singular idea, not about how many different things you can have. Visually, you can look at the idea here. You can have a million things where you're making a millimeter progress in a million different directions, or you can have the idea of a single essential intent. This is what I'm really focused on. This is what really matters. And then you can design everything towards it. You make a higher contribution, even though you're putting in perhaps the same level of energy, but you can make a far higher contribution. You're doing less but better. It's fewer things done better. This is the principle. Okay, you ready to share it? You ready to share something with your neighbor? Snap if you really want to do this. Snap if you really don't want to do this. It's a mix. Okay, I'm going to still give you it. 30 seconds, go. Share one thing that you have thought of from this first tool with your neighbor. Go. Don't be shy. Let's go. Be bold. I want to hear people doing it. Don't be shy. Don't be wimps about this. Crazy. It never happened before. Oh, she's just devastated. I don't feel it. It's like it's easily done. She's never done it before. No, she's. That's it. Thank you for being gracious to her. I feel the same way. I'm like, look, it's not a great moment. It's not our happiest thing, but we're going to get through this. Everything will be fine. No, I know. Well, you've done it. Well done. Thank you. Thank you for making it easy. Oh, it's me. All right, let me have your attention. Did any of you do the assignment? Did any of you do the assignment? Or did you just use that time to meet each other, to say hello? Who did the assignment? Snap if you did the assignment. Look at you. I love it. I love it. Did you learn anything in the exercise? Did you learn anything? What did you learn? What came to your mind? Go, let's hear. You immediately found how bad you are at that. That's what you said. Do you relate to that? Do you relate? Snap if you relate to it. Go, carry on. You're like immediately trying to work out what on earth, how would we think differently now? How would we be able to figure out what is the priority for the day, for the week, for the month, for the year, like for your life even? What's the priority? Good, I love this. More, what else? Did you learn anything? Did you come away with questions, insights from the conversation you just had? Go. Right. Can you hear over here? Can you hear? Yeah, go, carry on. Yeah, your reaction is like, I don't even know how, this is, first of all, I'm not even sure, I can't even quite get my head around this because I have so many different responsibilities. How is it possible that there could even be a single thing? Right, and okay, so then there's the risk, that, of course, the risk or the challenge of saying, well, even if I get into prioritization, it's like, okay, I have an emotional priority, a social priority, I have a physical health priority, like there's different areas of life, and then, okay, so if you have a spouse, okay, then there's that relationship, then you've got children, you've got friends, it's like, life is complex. How on earth could we simplify it to a single thing? So you're wrestling with that tension. Good, I think that's perfectly worthy. More, other thoughts, any other reactions, any other learnings, any discoveries you want to share? Go. Okay, what you're saying, what you just said there is you said, if I can get clear myself and I can communicate that clarity to others, you find other people quite flexible, open, willing to accommodate that, willing to negotiate it if they need to. It's like it's no big deal. But the challenge is somehow inside of you, there is this tension. I've got to do everything. It's almost like we're novices at this conversation at all. We're like, well, what would happen? Something terrible might happen if I suddenly said, well, this is really what I need to focus on today. It's like, so we don't do that. But you said as soon as you do, you go, oh, this is not so bad. This could be doable. This could be workable, even in my pressure, the social pressure I feel to do it all and be it all for everyone all of the time. Okay, more. Any others? Go.
When determining a priority, there's a constant tension between urgency and importance.
Go ahead.
There's a constant tension between urgency and importance.
Okay, so who relates to that? Of course, there's a difference. You have, well, what's examples of urgency in our lives that you feel every morning? What's your urgency producer? You're like, what's he asking right now? What's the first thing you do the first thing in the morning? Don't tell me you don't, because I know you do. Go. I check all my texts and all my emails. Don't you all do that? Someone right now is saying, I don't. They're saying, I don't do that. Not me. I did a thing one time with Steve Harvey. I did a few episodes with him with his show, and one of the things we did is I went to one of the people from his audience volunteered to be a guinea pig or something like that. And so I went to her home, and we were sort of analyzing her life and how non-essentialist it had become, and we went with the crew into each of the rooms, including into a bedroom, and I was like, oh, so where do you keep your phone? I sort of assumed it was in the room. That's what statistically most people do. She said, oh, I just keep it under my pillow all night. She said, if I get a text or an email at any time through the night, I just wake up, respond to it, and go back to bed. Right? Okay, so that's non-essentialism, right? That's the undisciplined pursuit of more. She's just living in the image on the left. But what I think is funny about that story in a way is all of us, we're all a little self-righteous about that story. Because we all go, oh my goodness, unbelievable. Under her pillow, can you imagine? I keep my phone a very healthy 12 inches from my head every night. And so there's something about the world we're living in that has normalized a certain way of thinking and living where the first thing we do in the morning, check the email. The last thing at night, check the texts and email. Maybe, I'm not saying every person, I'm just saying every honest person here does that. Now, okay, so any more on that subject? Go. A little louder. Do we have another microphone? Can we make that happen? Okay, go, just carry on. Yes, things happening to you versus you making them happen. Whether you're reacting to other people's agenda for you, which is what you're doing when you check email. When you check email, you are checking somebody else's agenda for you. versus you acting for yourself and figuring out what really do I see as essential, and let me at least be proactive about what I think the priority is right now. Good. Oh, I could keep going on this, but okay, one more then. Go. A little louder. When you're learning to prioritize, you're also learning to say no. Is that what you said? Oh, I'm so glad we took that extra comment, because that's the segue to number 2 tool. Perfect. The second tool I want to talk about is an inevitable thing. Once you think about prioritization, you're immediately confronted with the idea that you need to say no. That you cannot say yes to everything all of the time. Well, you can try, but then what happens? You make an inch contribution, it's a mile wide, you're just doing everything everyone else is doing. Strategy is what you say no to. Strategy is what you say no to. Here's another language lesson. We talked about priority, here's one more. The word decide. Does anyone know this? The root meaning of the word decide, yeah, good, someone just did this, they know, is to cut or to kill. The word is CID, it's the Latin term is CID or CIS, and it makes up words like scissors and fratricide and homicide. The sort of lost meaning of decision is what you say no to. It's not just what you say yes to. In fact, it's really not what you say yes to. It's all, you haven't said yes to something until you've said no to something else. Until you have made a strategic, deliberate trade-off. So let me ask you the question, what makes it hard to say no? Is it hard to say no? So snap if you find it hard to say no. Snap if you find it hard to say no. Okay, all right. So now why? Go. Guilt. More. Don't want to disappoint. This is similar to guilt. I like it. More. Who said something over here? Same one. More. Obligation. You're already committed. Lots of people expecting things from you. More. What's hard about saying no? Go. Lost opportunity. Yeah, so an opportunity comes your way, a request comes your way, and you think, well, that could be good. If I say no to that, I've missed out on something. More. Louder. Louder. You're prioritizing someone else's agenda. What do you mean? If you say no, you're prioritizing someone else's agenda. I can't hear well enough. Louder. Oh, so if you say no to someone, they feel, and probably correctly, that you're not prioritizing their agenda, what's important to them. So how can you do that without it being awkward? Inherently telling them, you're not very important to me. Or you're less important to me than these other things. So there's an inherent problem with that in the relationship. Any more? Okay, so here's how it seems to me. It seems to me that most people live in a way that they think that there are two buttons in front of them. They have the polite yes or the rude no. Now, if you did only have those two choices, which one are you going to choose more of, A or B? Yeah. And it's almost, it's like, I can't. And I'm not, by the way, suggesting you do press the button of the rude no. I didn't write a book called Noism, right? This is essentialism. But noism is a completely different thing. And I'm not advocating that you suddenly start saying no to everything and everyone without really thinking about it. It's not the undisciplined pursuit of less that I'm suggesting. It's to find the graceful no. And let me give you an example of this. I have someone who's a friend now. He's a CEO. It's a company called Uncharted. Uncharted helps nonprofit organizations to find funding to be able to pursue their strategic, objectives. And he got really into essentialism, and then he said, okay, what if the whole company could do this? What if I could bring everyone into the conversation? We could do it collectively, not just me and my own personal life. And it brings it in, everyone's reading the book together. Then they says, okay, they come to this point, they go, well, if it's true, we should be able to achieve more in less time. Right? We should be able to achieve, for example, 40 hours of work within 32 hours of work time. We should get 40 hours worth of output for 32 hours of input, or in another way, a 4-day work week. I'm not advocating that everyone has to do a 4-day work week. The illustration is still powerful, though. So they start an actual test. They bring in external advisors to come and measure their output. Day 1, 6 weeks later, and then 6 weeks later again. So it's a 90-day journey that they go on. And they gather the data of output and input. And at the end of the 3-month, 90-day experiment, they find that they are now achieving in a 4-day work week what they used to achieve in a 5-day work week. And this is how they create an ongoing policy. They make it the policy of Uncharted to be a 4-day work week. And what's the lesson? It's not just a general advertisement for how essentialism can impact a workplace. It's that too, I suppose. But more powerfully than that, he shared something with me that's so obvious, I feel silly that I didn't understand it before. I'd been teaching essentialism for years and years and had never understood this. And this is what they learned. The thing they did differently, there was one thing they did differently to before. And that is that they had conversations around priority. That's the difference. And it looked like this. Even as the CEO, he would go to people and he would say, here, this is something I'd like you to work on. But what do you have to say no to in order to say yes to this? And they would have a conversation. And he said about 60% of the time, he would back down, basically. He would go, oh, actually, you just keep working on that because that's more important than the thing I was maybe a little reactively asking you to do. 40% of the time, they would come to a conclusion, no, the thing I'm suggesting is more important, so we'll trade off differently and you can come back to the project you're working on. The conversation, this is the part I felt silly about, the conversation around prioritization isn't happening. I used to think it wasn't happening very much. After I understood this case study, I realized no one's even doing it. What people are doing instead is just sending an email and then sending another email and then, oh yes, I don't know if you saw my email on this day, but I'm just following up with you now. It's like just everyone's just asking again and again and again, and everyone's trying to reactively do it all. No one is saying, okay, if we could only do one thing, which one should we do? If I say yes to this, what am I saying no to? The no is an inherent part of every yes. You say yes to one thing, to the essential thing, you will have to say no to non-essential things. It's sort of an inherent part of the reality of our lives. All right, back to the same idea before. I want you just to take a moment to think about how you might share this idea of saying no. Of saying no. Yep, get 15 seconds to think about it. How would you teach this to someone else? Would you teach it to someone else? Or you're worried about teaching it to someone else? How would you make this yours? That's it, go. 15 seconds to reflect. Are you ready to share? Are you ready to share? Ish. Are you ready to share? Ish. Okay, go. Not the same person as before. Turn around, turn in front of you, find someone new. Share your thought, any insight you have about the challenge you have about saying no, or how to say no gracefully, the importance of saying no, what gets in the way of it for you, a reflection that's yours and personal about this subject of saying no gracefully, of saying no to the non-essential so that you can say yes to the essential. Okay, go. Go. A new person. That's it, new person. Are you ready? All right, I hate to interrupt you. I never feel like you were given enough time in these breakout moments. What did you learn? What did you observe? Go. You read all my books. That's a nice way to begin. I didn't hear that, but everyone laughed, and now I want to know what you said. No, I want to hear what you said. You like the accent. You listen to the books. Do you listen to them on like higher speed? Do you know? Yeah, so then when you hear me speaking today, I feel not quite right, do I? I'm like, you're saying that today it clicked in for you that the key to the discovery of what's essential is eliminating the non-essential. Is that right? Cutting out the non-essential is what you discover the essential, or you're able to focus on them? Both. Yeah, because when you say yes to a non-essential, you're saying no to the essential. That's the core idea. Every yes to a non-essential is a no to an essential. You're saying yes to something unimportant means that you're saying no to something very important, because we have such limited time and so many ways of using and spending our time. I love that. This is the key. You're saying it's a breakthrough moment. I love that. More. Any insights, any thoughts? What did you learn? Go.
Yeah, I think that's the communication aspect of it, but being open and honest with one another, personal or work. This is what I'm currently working on my
You're saying, just so that everyone can hear, you're saying that the communication element seems so vital now to you, because you're saying, of course I have to be open, I have to be honest, maybe even a little vulnerable to say, look, this is what I think really matters, this is where I'm trying to put my energy, let's talk about it. Rather than just, oh my goodness, I think this is really important, but everyone's asking me to do this, or my boss is asking me to do that, and that's it. I just don't have it. I wish I could say something, but I can't say anything. It's like, no, I can say something. I have an obligation to say something. Good, more. Any other thoughts? Any learnings? Any discoveries about saying no? Go. Asking people, what's your priority? The CEO at PayPal went through a period of time when they were in their massive juggernaut growth where he said, I want one priority from every person every quarter. And everyone was put on notice, and so that he would just stop people in the hallway. Okay, what's your priority? What's your priority? And people had to be able to have an answer just ready to go, because what he observed is that without doing that, people could be doing 28 things and not one of them moving the needle. I'm so busy, I got so much to go on, all this stuff. And nothing really of the important work is happening. Have you not had days like that yourself, in which you were busy all day long, and at the end, when you're lying there at night, about to go to sleep, you're like, I don't think I really did the thing that needed to be done today. The important, the vital thing just got pushed to the side while I did all the other stuff that was pushing at me. What I was doing, I wondered if any of you were noticing or judging me as I was on my phone in the midst of the break. But I was looking for a note that I wanted to share with you. A polite no from my daughter. The situation was that I had tried, like a manager with a shiny new object, to get her to read a particular book all in one day today. So out of the blue. I'm like, okay, Eve, here's the book. This is such a good book. Just read it today. Just, forget everything else. Just read this. And she pushed back, not rudely, but we weren't having a meeting of the minds. And I went back into my office, and while I was on the meeting that I was in, she wrote and then slipped this note under my door. And I want to read it to you, and I want you to conclude this. I want you to explore. Do you like it? If you do, why? Is there anything portable, any learning that's portable in this little note? Okay. She was 14 years old. That's dodgy age, isn't it? That's a dodgy answer to your question here. She wrote this. She said, I hate you, Dad. No, I'm kidding. She didn't say that. She said, I already expressed my unwillingness to read this book, but I'm willing to make a counteroffer. I am not willing to read it all in one day today, but I'd be happy to explore the possibility of reading it in the future, over the course of a few weeks. I believe it would be best to wait till the end of my literature assignment. If you would like me to read this book in place of a separate assignment and over the course of a few weeks, I'm sure that could be made possible. Do you like it? Why? What do you like? What's portable in that little note? What's that? It's kind. It's pushing back, but still kind. Go. She didn't say no. Actually, the most skilled essentialists don't say no very much. They don't need to use that word. They can still push back in a whole variety of ways. Oh, the entire English language is available to you, as long as you still are negotiating a no out of it. Okay, here and then here. Go. The power to think for herself. Keep going. More? I didn't hear it. Yeah, you're saying a lot of kids don't know how to express themselves, put those thoughts into words, express them so that somebody else can hear it. And maybe not just kids, maybe big kids like us too can struggle with this, to like have the actual language of what to use. Before I forget it, I'm just remembering, I just did an episode, I have a podcast, and I did an episode, you can access it for free, but it's about how you can use AI to craft effortlessly polite no's, using the NOPE method, NOPE. I don't know if you can't say, some words you can't say in an English accent, NOPE. It doesn't quite work, but still, that's what we used, NOPE. And each of the letters stands for something. It's like exactly how to say no gracefully. Okay, there was another thought. Go. She put it back on me. Yeah, she put it back on me to deal with the inevitable reality of trade-offs. Every yes is a no. Actually, every yes is a no to many, many things. That's why we have to learn the art of the slow yes and the fast no. We have to learn we have to really become aware of all the essential things we're saying no to every time we say yes to things. This is the idea. Is there one more? Do we have to go? She didn't have to violate, she didn't have to capitulate to me, and she didn't have to, it wasn't just out and out conflict. Conflict maybe is okay. It just didn't, it was respectful of both herself and me. And we could call this like a win-win. But I want to encourage you, if you're going to think down these lines, I wonder if this deserves to be its own tool right now in our conversation. It might be. Okay, I think in the interest of time, we're going to have it as a third tool. Okay, so now let's talk about a tool. I've just been able to articulate this fairly recently, so it's neither an essentialism or effortless, but it's a very simple but powerful tool for communicating with people in just the way you described. So in a sense, I'm now taking what we just did with Eve, and I'm putting that story, Eve's note, and I'm putting it together with your comment with this 2x2. And I want you to draw this out. This is good. I'm very proud of this. Okay, 2x2. Draw out a 2x2 for those of you that have a pen in front of you. 2x2. Okay, come on. Everyone move it. No one's moving. You don't have any pen or paper, do you? Everyone's like looking awkward on that row right there. You're like, nope, nobody told us that we'd have to take notes at a presentation. Okay, fair enough. Okay, anyone that can write it out, you're going to draw it out. Here's the 2x2. At the top, okay, top left quadrant, left for you, yeah, top left quadrant, this is your win. This is your desired result. What do you want? What's important to you? What's your priority? Okay, that's your win. Next quadrant to the right is their win. What do they want? What's essential to them? What's important to them? Their win. Yeah? Okay, so that's sort of the obvious. But here's the additional piece. It's what can't you lose? Can't lose. What is a deal breaker for you? I cannot lose out on this thing. Can't lose. And same for them. What can't they lose? All right, now, this is why it works like magic. Because the research into how people... there's a piece of research that was done that analyzed all of the other research that has been done on a single theme. So it's a meta-study. And in the meta-study on this theme, the article is called Bad is Stronger Than Good. And what they found is they studied the subject matter of risk aversion, of loss aversion, compared to gain, potential, is that across every single industry they studied, in every single field of academic research, they found a consistent pattern. And there's almost no evidence to thwart it. So this is very unusual. You don't often find this in any of the social sciences. You don't find it in really any of academia, that you find a single rule that will prove true in everything. And they summarize it, as I already mentioned, in the idea, good is stronger than bad. And what it means is, like, for example, if somebody says to you, if they give you a criticism, you'll remember that even if they gave you 2 or 3 compliments. The criticism will last a lot longer. Who relates to that? Have you related to that? You've had that moment. Snap if that's true for you, right? So what it is that we're far more, so if somebody comes along and says, okay, we're going to change something, almost everybody in the room, hey, we're going to change the organizational structure. People don't go, oh, fantastic, I wonder what I'm going to gain from this. Everybody goes, oh, what does that mean for me? What am I going to lose? Am I going to lose my job? Am I going to lose my position? Am I going to lose the people under me? Am I going to lose everyone? So loss aversion is stronger than the potential gain, much stronger. Sometimes twice as strong, sometimes 5 times as strong. That's the range. Okay, so this means when you're in a negotiation around what's important, let's say, it's not sufficient to identify what you want and what they want. It's a good place to start. But what really is going on, what's really awkward for everybody, what people are feeling more vulnerable about but are less likely to talk about, is the risk of losing something. And your job is to try to bring that into the conversation. Look, this is what I really can't lose, and I think this is what you can't lose. Tell me where I'm wrong. Now, you can't dictate all this, but you can just draw the whole thing out and say, is this what you want? This is what I think I want. Is this, what can't you lose? What can't I lose? This creates psychological safety, or in a better term for that is permission for candor. Permission for candor. And in permission for candor, it's like you're creating a playground for people to be able to have a conversation they can't otherwise have. There's a story that was told. I don't know that it's a true story. I can't ever find an original citation for this. So it may be just sort of an allegory. But the story goes like this. There's a school, and there's a really dangerous roads next to the school. And all the children play close to the school building because it's so dangerous. And then somebody comes and they put up a boundary, they put up fences, and now all the children play in the entire space. They're safe from the roads. The boundary makes it safe. Now, it's just a story, let's say it's just an anecdote. But the idea is, if you can make it safe to have permission for candor, to be able to talk about what's important to you and what can't you lose, what's essential to you that you can't lose. If you can get clear about that for you and for them, now you've created space to actually have the critical conversations necessary to be able to get to clarity about what you're going to do, what you're not going to do together. Does it make sense? Snap if it makes sense. All right, this is tool 3. This is tool 3. It's a can't lose matrix. Because what I have discovered really over time is that to live essentialism or to live effortless in practical terms, you must upgrade your social ability. You must increase your emotional intelligence. Because you need to be able to have conversations you couldn't have before in order to be able to actually implement these ideas you couldn't do before. Does that make sense? Does it make sense? All right. 15 seconds to think about tool 3. This is Eve's story, the can't lose matrix, and the ability to be able to make it safe to have conversations you couldn't have before. So that there's permission for candor. I want you to take just a moment, 15 seconds, just to think about that. Sort of, what does that mean to you? How could you apply it to you? What would you be able to share if you were sharing it with somebody else? Okay, ready to do it? Snap if you're ready? Yeah, snap if you'd rather not do that. All right. You had your chance. All right, 15 seconds, go. Now, you know the drill by now. This is someone you didn't talk to before. Have a chance to share one thought you have about this negotiation ability and how to make it safe to be able to have conversations around what matters, whether the clear yeses and also the clear nos for people, so that you can actually talk about things you couldn't talk about before. Ready to do this? Okay, ready? And I'm going to make it way worse. I'm going to say you have to stand up and you have to find someone. It cannot be someone within your range of right where you are. You are physically moving. I'm giving you 10 seconds to do it, and I know you don't really love it, but it's still sort of important. So ready and go. 10 seconds to find somebody you haven't been talking to so far. 10, 9, I see lots of people moving and some not yet. You have to move. 10, 9, hey.
I got top left, top right.
Bottom left is... All right. I will put you out of your misery. You can take your seat. You can take your seats. The misery is over. Okay, what is one thing you learned? What is one insight you gained as you were sharing? What is one thing you could share with me? Let's go, don't be shy. What's one thing you could share? What's one thing you learned? Go. Your boundary and their boundary could be really different. How close do you want to get to the road? It may be different, and you have to build a lot of, you have to have skill to be able to help people open up, to share a little more vulnerably yourself. I know somebody in my life, he really wants me to be vulnerable, really wants me to be open. That's fine, but he never shares anything vulnerable in his life. He's a man who can never show weakness. This is not a recipe for helping us to be able to have a real, deep connection. More. Other thoughts? Go. Strategy is key. Okay, I agree with you on this. More. Okay, well, good. More. Empathy makes this easy. It's all about empathy, right? It's all about this, I mean, a concept that I really love is the idea of 3D empathy. And 3D empathy is very different than just sort of feeling, oh, I wonder what they might be feeling. You know, that's still, you're still in your own frame of reference. But if you have 3D empathy, what happens is that you are shelving your agenda and entering theirs fully. And when you enter somebody else's world fully, it's the most vivid, extraordinary, life-reaffirming experience I am aware of. To really exit your own agenda. My experience is that people everywhere are stuck in their heads. And it's almost like we're living in a perfect storm for this. There's so many forces, the overwhelming, it's like we're not in an information age anymore, it's an influencer age. It's not just that there's information overload, it's opinion overload. And in that environment, we're just so constantly bombarded with things, it actually strangely forces us back into our heads as we look for simplistic narratives to make sense of our world. And it all keeps us stuck in our heads. And what we have to do is to be in this little tool is to get out of our heads. Yes, you've got to be clear yourself, get clarity yourself, but you have to enter somebody else's world entirely, see their world. 3D empathy, I think, is a powerful idea to be able to visualize the world they're living in, so that you can be inside of it, and then with that insight, create something that actually works for everybody. Good, I love this. More, other thoughts, other reactions, other insights, learnings you had as you think about this tool 3. More. All right, we're going to move to tool 4 then. I'm putting this up here because I want to sort of give us a sense of where we are. We've covered 3 tools, but they're within us. They explore what's essential, eliminate what's not. And now I want to move for a couple of tools within this final execute, because execution isn't just, like, there's different ways to think about execution. And one of the reasons I wrote Effortless is because it's not enough to know what the right things are. You need to do them in the right way. You could do you for example, could become an essentialist and really know what's essential, but then if you do it in the wrong way, you could still overcomplicate your execution. You could say, I'm trying to think of now practical examples, but like I was coaching a manager who was the kind of insecure overachiever that she would be up at 4 a.m. in the morning photoshopping for a youth activity the next day. Nobody's asking her to do that. She just thinks that's what she has to do. She said, if I eat lunch, I feel guilty. Not if I take time out to eat lunch. If I even eat lunch, I feel guilty. She's got this idea that maximum effort equals maximum results. Actually, what I want to suggest to you is that you probably do too. We probably, all of us do. It's quite a persuasive idea. If I put in more effort, I get better results. And we all know that's true. But it's an idea that has a certain utility to a certain point. But then more effort could sabotage your success easily, often. You get past that point of optimal returns, and you get suboptimal terms, even negative returns, even though you're pushing harder. And this is exactly what her life had become. I said to her, what I want you to do is invert the idea. It's like, I don't remember the Seinfeld episode. Do you remember George Costanza? He has the opposite day. Remember the opposite day? I don't know if you know it, but he's like, I'm going to take every intuition I've ever had and reverse it. I'm going to do exactly the opposite of what I think will work. And he goes from effectively being sort of a selfish loser to being effective and successful in one day. And he's just like, I can't believe it. Everything, I would never normally go and talk to that woman, but now I'm going to do it. I would never go and ask for a raise or ask for a job, but now I'm going to do it. He did exactly the opposite. And that's to say effectively what I was asking her to do, because she was so deep into this idea of maximum effort equals maximum reward. You know, you've heard the same ideas, right? No pain, no gain, 110% effort. You're going to do everything. Given those speeches, maybe you've given those speeches before, you've certainly heard them from somebody. Well, this is going to be important, but it's going to be so hard, so tough. And this is the kind of mindset that was sitting in her head. I got to do everything all the time if I want to maximize my contribution. And that's not true at all. It's not right at all. A much closer principle is what I would call now the 85% rule. If you want to get maximum results, you need to put in optimal effort. It's not at the 100% level. It is not. That is wrong. We have been taught it. We may believe it. It's wrong. The data does not support that conclusion. However often the 1980s motivational speakers reiterated that it was true, they were wrong. The fastest sprinters are the ones that operate at an approximately 85% level. The best, there's a champion right now from Norway, incredible runner. He's breaking every Olympic record, every world record. He trains twice a day with his father. I'm not suggesting he puts in no effort, but they operate in this way where they're not doing it so easy that it becomes painful. You know, sometimes when you do stuff that's too easy, it actually isn't effortless. And then there's the other extreme where you say, I'm going to do it till I collapse. And they never train at that level, ever. They just train at that optimal pace, that a degree below something like your maximum. This is the 85% rule. I said that to her. I said, listen, this is what you need to do differently. Next time you're asked to do something, don't try to do 110% on it. Do 85%. Do a little less than you actually want to. She gets a call from one of the other internal clients that she served. He said, listen, it was an educational institution. I need you to have your videography team come into our office, to my classroom, and record my semester. And she immediately went into her old gear. If I'm asked to do X, I'm going to add, Y and Z. I'm going to wow him. I'm going to do all these extras. I'm going to maximize it all. And then I'm going to have a whole team of people. We'll video every angle. We'll cut it all together. We'll add in the slides. We'll put some music, some intros, outros. And then she remembers the coaching, like invert. How could this be effortless? Is there a different way than I would normally do this that might get him the result, but at far easier cost? And when she asked that question, she's like, well, hold on, who's this for? No, it turns out it's for one student who's going to miss a few classes because of an athletic commitment. And so they come up with the idea, well, why don't you just have someone record it on their phone whenever he's going to miss and just send it to him? He's like, oh yeah, head slap moment. I hadn't thought about that. That's a great solution. It was a 10-minute phone call. Saved her 4 months of work for her whole team. And the result was better than if she'd spent the 4 months doing it. This is the power of the invert. So the fourth tool that I'm talking about today is to invert. That is to invert the idea that maximum effort equals maximum reward. It does not. Optimal effort equals optimal reward. I can go a little deeper on it, I think. Have you heard, for example, of the Race to the Poles? Has anybody read the book, Race to the Poles? Anybody here? This is in the great age of exploration, the 1850s. At the time, of course, there wasn't a space race. There wasn't a goal to put a man on the moon. But there was a goal to be the first person to ever get to the South Pole, because nobody in all of human history had done it. No one had gone there, not the Vikings in all their tremendous, discovery and exploration the world over, not the British Navy. Nobody had ever got a person to the South Pole. And lots of people had tried, and everyone was really, animated about this. So then we get this perfect matched pair test. You have one team setting off on one day and another team on almost the same day from a different location towards the South Pole. This is a massive trip. It's like a 16,000-mile trip all in all. And they set off, and the race has begun. And it's so curious. Will they do it? And who will be first? If they do it, the British team, the expedition leader had a mental model just like this manager I was telling you about. Maximum effort. Put everything in. That looked like this. Day one, let's go 50 miles if we possibly can. If the weather conditions are good enough, we'll push, not 30, 40, 50 miles if we can, to our limit. Why? Because he's trying to get there fast. And he believes, and there's a certain kind of deceptive logic there that makes you think, well, if you want to get somewhere fast, you have to go as fast as you possibly can every single day. That's obviously how you'll get to a place faster than your opponent. And that's what they do. Day one, they try and do it. Day two, they max out. Day three, they max out. And then what happens is they have a bad weather day. And when they get the bad weather day, suddenly they are burned out before the day begins. They've just maxed out through the good days. And the bad day, they try to make progress. They go a few yards, they can't do a thing. They got no emotional resilience left. And so they just quit, go back to the tent. They hunker down for the whole day, the bad day. And of course now you're making no progress on the bad weather days, so that's not great psychologically. And so they're writing in their journals, we have the worst weather of anyone who's ever tried this. They're wrong about that. It feels right, but they're totally wrong. Even the trip that they were basing their own plans on had worse weather days than they had. But they felt like their luck was against them because of their strategy. They were pursuing, without realizing it, a boom and bust strategy. If you boom, if you try to go the 110% thing, you are also creating a second reality, which is that you will bust. Because you can't do it, you can't go at the max forever. Whatever anyone says, whatever all of these bros online that are trying to say it all the time, you can just, the bro hustle culture. It's just nonsense. It's not based in any data whatsoever. It's just a story. It's just a narrative. And they're wrong. Well, this is what's going on. They say, they wrote in the journal one day, I wonder if no one could make progress in weather like this. Well, one team could. That was the Norwegian team, who had a leader who had a completely inverted mental model. His was optimal, effortless pace. His rule was 15 miles a day. Day one, they could have done much more than 15 miles. But they're like, no, we're stopping at 15. Day two, same, 15. Day three, and of course it goes on. First bad weather day, 15. Now, it was harder on that day, but they had enough in the tank to be able to make the next 15 miles. Now, this is how it proceeded until the plot thickens. The Norwegian team gets within 45 miles of the South Pole. Complicating the decision, it's perfect weather and perfect sledding conditions. It's almost flat. So now they could make the full 45 days in one big push, one day. And they don't know where the British team is. For all they know, the British team is ahead of them. Now here's the question. I want you to say it out loud to me. Would you push? Would you pace? Be honest. Everyone? 1, 2, 3. Okay, I should have said that differently, shouldn't I? I said, everyone push, say push. Everyone pace, we're going to say pace separately. Okay, so everyone push, everyone say push, say push. Everyone would pace, say pace. Okay, so we got scientifically, very accurately, 75-25. That's what I read. We're going to quote that now. I would push. If I'm honest, I would push. And I know the story, and I know the data. But I also must be still deeply entrenched in a certain logic. Here's what happened. They took 3 days, averaging another 15 miles per day to get to the South Pole. They beat the British team by more than 20 days. Nobody thinks that's what would happen. No one believes it. Because we're so entrenched in let's say, an outdated mental model that is wrong but it's persuasive. I just wrote an article about it for those, maybe you already read it. I sent a link earlier, so maybe you saw it, the 85% rule. It's HBR. It's worth reading because it covers some of the data to support this 85% rule of management, how it applies as a manager. And that's worth us thinking about it, because we're not trying to create laziness. We're trying to create effortlessness. And that, of course, is a different proposition. There's more to the story, though. Not only do they thrash the British team by this steady, consistent approach, they also have the vitality left to make the 16,000-mile journey home. That's a non-trivial problem. It's not just getting there first. You have to get back alive for it to matter, for it to be called a success, let's say. The British team also got to the South Pole, of course, later, exhausted, dejected, burned out. And not one of them made it back alive. We know of their stories only because later their tents and their journals were found. They all died on the way home because a boom and bust approach is so suboptimal in every field of human endeavor. When I read the biography that I'm describing here, Race to the Poles, I came across a term the biographer used to describe the progress being made by the Norwegian team. And even though it fit beautifully the argument I wanted to make in Effortless, I still was incredulous to read it. He said they made progress day after day without particular effort. That is an unthinkable thing to write. It's the most arduous physical endeavor the world could imagine. This is why it was so, so consuming to the people at the time, was that it was so physically impossible. And yet, he says, they achieved that objective without particular effort. Think on it. And what does it mean for you? Let me suggest again, the idea is to invert. Invert the idea that you have to put in maximum effort to get maximum results, and instead say, how can I make this effortless? What would be the effortless pace to achieving this? What might my upper bound be on whatever goal I'm trying to achieve? What's the lower bound? On anything you're trying to achieve, what's the upper bound and the lower bound? And you make the upper bound really achievable. Maybe it's a little stretch, but no more than a little stretch. Maybe this is a not trivial example, but a really different example than the one we've been talking about. But maybe you have been one of these people who have tried to start a journal in your life. Have you ever started a journal and not kept it consistently? I mean, we could use other examples. We could say exercise too. We could use many, many examples. But just think about the journal process. You say, okay, day one, I'm doing this. You buy the journal, you get the pen, you get the place, you sit it, you write a veritable essay. It's 3 pages long. It's good. The whole thing takes you half an hour. Maybe it takes you an hour. You're really into it. Day 2, you're like, an hour? I don't know about it. I'll do it tomorrow. But day 3, you've got yesterday's hour plus today's hour. You're like, this is way too much. And you're dead before you began. The habit's over. You've never even made it into a habit. So I had a similar sort of pattern over years. I became a bit more consistent. And finally, I was like, no, we're going to have an upper bound, lower bound. It has to be an effortless pace, without particular effort. My max was 5 lines. No more than 5 lines a day. No less than 1 line a day. Right? So that's an upper bound, a lower bound, just like the story of the Race to the Poles, but a specific example, in a practical situation. And so since then, I've never missed a day. That's like 12 years now, right? I have not missed one day in 12 years, because it's effortless. Now I'm not so worried about it. I'll write more, but even now, if I get behind a little, I'll just do 1 sentence for each day, so you never miss a day. And the consistency wins for you. So discipline, this kind of consistent discipline, is so much more valuable than going maxed out when you have the motivation and minimum effort when you have no motivation left. You're trying to be consistent through it, an upper bound, a lower bound. Okay, that is tool 4. Any thoughts or questions about tool 4 before we move on? Go.
I think it's important to understand why Amundsen did that. He learned from the Eskimos, having spent 3 weeks in the Arctic, that sweating is what kills you, and getting cold.
Can you hear this all? It's a great insight.
So it fits very much with.
Could you hear at the back? Okay, here's the idea. He said, the point is, it is important to understand why Amundsen did this. He said he learned from the Eskimos who he'd spent 3 years with, that the sweat is what kills you. Carry on.
So,
The sweat is what kills you. That's great.
but positive psychology uses flow states and trying to find a flow state, which is that effortless effort. And if we think about this consistent discipline, what we're really trying to do is put ourselves in a flow state.
I agree. I agree that it's very consistent with the flow state research that's been done. We're trying to find that effortless effort. We're trying to be able to make progress without using up tomorrow's energy. You're trying to leave something in the tank every day so that tomorrow you can win. You're trying to play the game of life, whether it's of management or of business or the strategy of your life, in a way that it's like a pinball machine where you get to play the next game rather than, hey, I've got to max everything and then I don't have anything left in the tank to go. If you want to go from here to the next level up, you've got to find a way to make it as effortless as possible. Effortless doesn't mean lazy. Like literally it doesn't mean that. You look up the words, that's not the same thing. Effortless is to do something without effort. Lazy is not to be willing to put in effort. This is not the same thing. You're trying to find an effortless place so that you can win and outperform other people. We could riff on this for quite a long time. Let's move to tool 5. Tool 5 is like a way of rethinking simplicity. Most people, so one way to think about essentialism is focus. One way to think about effortless is simplification, right? One's about focus, one's about simplifying. One's about knowing what's essential. Effortless is about doing it in a way that you can keep doing it and keep winning in it. So when we think about simplification, what I've discovered is that most people have a mental model about simplification that is exactly opposite of what the great simplification leaders do. And I'll get to exactly what that is in a moment, but let me illustrate it with a case study. If you can imagine Amazon way back in the day, 100 employees. They take the number 2 employee and one of the first engineers, and they set them on a task. And the task is a non-trivial problem for Amazon at the time. At the time, e-commerce is brand new. Nobody is. Everyone's like open to the idea, but starting to be open to it. But you get on, maybe someone goes to the site and they find a book and they go, yeah, I want it, and it's a good price, and I'm even maybe willing to entertain doing this. And then they get to the checkout process. I say process because it wasn't a page. All of the major websites at the time had like 28 clicks involved in the checkout. You know, put your name in, click. Next name, click. Put in your first line of your address, click, 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 click. And in the process, because people are already anxious anyway, it gives them a lot of opportunity to think, I don't know if I really want to do this. Maybe I'll just go to Barnes & Noble and just solve this. Okay, and so there's a huge drop-off, which is making Amazon's business strategy questionable. So they tasked this engineer, simplify the checkout process. He works on it for 2 months. And he's a smart guy. I interviewed him personally. He doesn't work for Amazon anymore, so I thought that was helpful to be able to get his perspective as to what he thinks about it all. What he was trying to do is what almost all of us do when we're trying to simplify. We try to take something that's complex and remove something. Try to streamline a piece of the process. Try to, what if you could do this in one field instead of 2 fields? And they go and have a meeting to see how it's going. And so he's got Jeff Bezos there, and he's got the second employee, and there's him. And they're meeting at a brewery in Seattle, Washington. And somewhere in that meeting, Bezos finally turns to him and says, look, I'm not trying to simplify the checkout process. I'm trying to eliminate it. I'm not trying to do 27 steps seamlessly. I'm trying to do 1 step. And the engineer, this is the lesson. The great simplifiers those that really have mastered this, they don't take complexity and try to go to simplicity. They start with zero and say, can I do it in a single step? And that mental shift is such a beneficial tool if you want to go from your current level of success to another level. It's like you have to, whatever you're trying to achieve, you go, okay, start from zero. Can we do it in one step? Jobs did it as well. Steve Jobs did it when he was trying to create the DVD, what was it called now? Maybe somebody can remember, but the DVD burn, what was it called? Come on. Anyway, it's when he was first building the new Mac, when he came back after having been fired, and he's gone for 10 years, and he comes back, and they're trying to introduce the DVD burning is a standard on the Mac. And at the time, if you wanted to burn a DVD, you had to pay like maybe $65,000 for a machine, and it was a very, sort of elite and selective, industry-specific mechanism. And so then Apple buys one of these companies that had this technology and has the software, and they bring them in, and they're given weeks to prepare for a meeting with Steve, and they already know his reputation is like seriously into simplicity. And so they take this 5,000-page manual they have, if you can even imagine, and they're like, we are going to simplify this. Watch this. And they get it down, simplified down and down and down. And they're so proud of it. And the slides they think look so minimalistic and they're so terrific. And then they wait for the meeting and they're sitting all there as a whole team. And then finally Steve comes in and he just kind of interrupts the whole process. And he goes to the whiteboard and he draws out a rectangle and he puts one button and it says burn. And he says, we're going to drag the item into the rectangle and press burn. That's the application we're going to build. And at that moment, they stopped. They were like, we're never showing these slides to anyone, ever. Our complexity is so much greater than how he's coming. I talked also to one of the people in the room when that happened. And that's actually the way the language comes from, although it makes the point I was making from Bezos. That's the one person who put it into language. He starts from zero. He's not going, let's take a 5,000-page manual and turn it into a 20-page document. He's saying, let's start from zero and see if we can do it in one step. And in every organization and in every life and in every family, you have all this scar tissue of complexity that's growing up all the time, and you start having to do everything you've ever done before and keep adding and adding and adding. And the idea is if you just start from zero and say, okay, what am I really trying to achieve? What is essential? And can we do it in one step? It is a radically improved way of thinking about simplification. This is our fifth tool. Have we done okay so far? Do you feel you could teach these ideas to other people? Do you think you could share them? Are you willing to still? It's really important because the conversation, for it to become anything like a movement, even in your own life, you'll need to teach it and share it with other people. Get people involved in it so that you can create something special, so that you can go from where you are to the next level, because what got you here won't get you there. I'm thinking, but I don't know on time, so I'm looking to you to confirm, but I just thought about maybe just one bonus. Is it all right? So, well, let me just do this. Maybe we can continue the conversation elsewhere. Let me just say, well, let me say this. The daughter that was 14 in that little note that we talked about earlier on, right after writing that note, I wasn't going to share this, but let me just share a simple version of it. She started to just, first we thought it was age-appropriate behavior. She just started talking a little less. Less emotionally rich. Took longer to do her chores and so on. But what began as sort of just seemed like age appropriate turned out to be a free fall in her cognition. For months, we're going to neurologists. We're trying to get to the bottom of it. Most of them cannot even begin to tell us even the beginning of a diagnosis. And so it's like, this is the stuff suffering's made of, right? Like She's on the road to becoming fully comatose. The whole right side of her body isn't working anymore. She takes hours to eat a meal. She answers anything in one-word descriptions. You can tell even just from that note that she was capable and intelligent and physically extremely active on a rock climbing team and so on. And all of that is falling away. And she is on the path to dying, and we have nothing we can do about it. And in the extremity of that, we learned something that perhaps we couldn't have learned any other way. And so I give it to you as a sort of bonus tool here. What we had believed before this, what I had believed before this, was that we're supposed to be grateful in life, and that what gratitude is being thankful for the good things in our lives. And frankly, I think that most, if not all of you, have been taught exactly that. Like it's not even a strange, it's like a strange statement to say that I used to think it meant that. That's what it means. As far as we're all concerned, that's what it means. Be grateful for all the good things in your life. That's what you do on Thanksgiving, which I love. Wish we had Thanksgiving in England. It's a great holiday. I'm all in favor of it, right? No presents, all gratitude. It's all good. But what I learned in the midst of this extremity is that that's wrong. And actually, it's definitionally wrong. If you just look up the definition of gratitude, you do not find that the definition is to be grateful for all the good things in your life. It's not what it means. It is to be grateful for all the things in your life. And that is, as far as I can, I like think about it now this way, like it's radical gratitude. Even though really it's just what the definition of gratitude is, I think about it as a radical idea. Because as soon as you say it's to be grateful for all the things in your life, you start having to say something like this: I am grateful that my daughter is going through a discombobulating and undiagnosed mental condition because. And you don't have an answer for the because. So it sort of becomes like an act of faith or something, because you express something that you don't feel yet, but you act as if it's true. You take that as if it's true, and then you suddenly discover. And what we found the moment we started doing that was it was like almost a magical force at play. We suddenly had more energy, more positivity. We could see things we couldn't see before. They were hidden from sight before, but we could. And we were as a family, we would still manage to laugh again and sing again and be together. And that put us into an effortless state instead of an absolute state of suffering and agony. And that meant we could actually discern again and figure out what to do and what not to do. And to be able to find the right person and discern the right neurologist and so on. And all of that was starting to be warped and pulled away. What I learned was that if you focus on the things you lack, then you lose what you have. And if you focus on the things you have, you gain the things that you lack. If you're grateful for it all, things just start to work in your favor. It's almost like justice has to catch up with you because you're being grateful even for the tough things. It makes you, I think, invincible because you can turn any negative into a positive. I think it's that kind of power. It certainly was key to the momentum changing. As of today, Eve is back. She is healthy again. She's whole again. She is well again. She had encephalitis, which is inflammation of the brain. And it took her years, but she is fully whole and healthy again. But the shifting point, the tipping point, was radical gratitude. To me, there's something in that story of all the other tools we've talked about today. And I share it with you because I've been thinking about you. And I've been sensing you even in the room. And so, if you can, take it as a compliment that I've shared it. Because to me, these are the subjects, these tools, plus this bonus idea. These are tools that are important. These are tools that matter. And that's what I've been thinking about as I've been thinking about you. Thank you.
So I'm not a great typer on my phone, but I was trying to take notes, and I thought I'd share this. So I was trying to write do less, but do it better, and it auto-corrected to do less, buy donut better, which I thought was actually really fitting. So thank you so much, Greg. That was incredible. We're going to take a break now, and we're going to kind of move things around a little bit, get the timing going. But Greg is going to be signing books out here in the hall if you'd like to get your book signed by Greg. We also have our box lunches, which are now available. So let's take about 10 minutes to grab your lunch, take a little break, get a drink, and then we're going to meet back in here for the next keynote. So thank you.
Heartbeat pound like a drum, go boom, boom, pow, feel the rhythm inside, inside.
Hello, hello. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Check mic, check mic.
We're here to cross the void between man and droid. between man and droid.
Stay focused.
beautiful people walking by the window. Then you came along, shining like an angel, standing in the day glow. Lead me out of the dark room into the blue sky. Take me down a new road. I see 1,000 tomorrows, two hearts together, shining in the day glow. In the day glow, in the day glow, shining in the day glow, in the day glow, in the day glow, shining in the day glow. Shining in the day glow.
I look back and I'm amazed. Now my thoughts are so clear and true. That 3 words went through my mind endlessly, repeating themselves like a broken record. You're so cool. You're so cool. You're so cool. You're so cool. You're so cool.
All right, well, here we go. I need to put my glasses on. I don't know if you've seen the agenda, but if you're even close to my age, you need your glasses to read that. But we appreciate everyone taking a quick break, and we're excited to move forward. Our next discussion will be on where branding and performance meet. We're seeing that to be a hugely important topic in the industry, where it's not just all about driving the bottom funnel, it's about building your brand, because that's going to drive your bottom funnel in the future. So I'd like to introduce Phil Case, who's our Chief Client Officer and President of Max Connect, and Devin Deaton. They'll be doing the presentation together. Devin is one of our founders here at Max Connect, and really the brain behind a lot of the technology and the methodologies that we use to run our digital marketing. So with that, I'll turn it over to Phil.
Hi, go after.
Mike, we'll get it right. Okay. Thank you. Great to be with you.
Phil, maybe just use that.
Yeah.
There we
Go with the handheld.
Makes it easy. How's that? Much better. So we want to talk about this notion of brand and performance. But first we're going to play a game, so I need everyone to participate. I'm not going to do the snaps like Greg because he was too cool and I can't replicate that. So instead, just raise your hand. Direct mail, is this a branding tactic or a performance tactic? If you think it's branding, raise your hand. If you think it's performance, raise your hand. Okay? Super Bowl ads, is that branding or is it performance? Branding, raise your hand. Performance? Not so many. Next one, connected TV. So something you're watching on Hulu or YouTube on your TV at home. Raise your hand if you think it's branding. Raise your hand if you think it's performance. Trick question, it's both. Next one is email marketing. Brand or performance? Raise your hand if you think it's brand. Performance. Could be both. Depends on how you do your emails. Next one, Google search ads. Raise your hand if you think it's brand. Raise your hand if you think it's performance. Okay? Last one, Meta. So all things Instagram, Facebook, and yes, even Threads. Raise your hand if you think it's brand. Raise your hand if you think it's performance. Facebook would tell you that they're both, and that they can be a full funnel strategy for you. So the reason I bring this up, the 2022 at Cannes in France, all of the smartest CMO minds meet together. The most pressing issue this last year at Cannes among CMOs was this: how do we manage the tension between branding and performance? And how do we do it in a way that is successful for our brands? We know this, this quote from John Wanamaker, who said, "Half the money I spend is wasted. The trouble is I don't know which half," right? And we know that that may or may not be true in today's world of measurement. But we want to talk about maybe a little bit how to measure some of that brand. And let's just start, Louis Vuitton. I'm sure many in this room know Louis Vuitton well, own their products. Bernard Arnault, who's French. This man here is the wealthiest person in the world. Do you think that happened because of brand or performance? I would think it's probably in a large part because of brand. And brand extends far beyond what you spend. It's who you are, it's your core values, it's the quality of your products, your good, and your services. So I think it's important to know that in the pursuit of more and of market share growth and of being able to become a brand and category leader, that doesn't just happen with performance alone. It's a balance. It's brand and performance. So I want to just spend a few minutes before Devin gets on stage and just talk about that. Ultimately, brand and performance marketing have one goal that they share in common. It's to help raise awareness of your brand by consumers, ultimately driving them to make a purchase. That's the goal. You want to raise awareness? Nobody ever bought a product they'd never heard of or from a brand that they weren't familiar with. So you need to raise awareness to the point that they're comfortable and you're at the right place and the right time to buy. So we've often at MaxConnect talked about these two almost juxtaposition, brand and performance, and we see them working closely together. Brands that want to focus on long-term growth, become a category market leader, when you do it right, you'll see that there's some phenomenal performance. The outcomes, when you look at brand KPIs and how you measure is the brand working, that's going to be potentially slightly different than performance. With performance, we're looking at immediate conversion rates. We're looking at what revenue was gleaned, what the ROAS is, and being able to see those two come together is powerful. We found that a full funnel strategy, a digital strategy that is omni-channel, that's considering connected TV with paid search, that's considering meta or social with programmatic display or video pre-roll, does a couple of things. I want to talk about that. There's been a lot of talk as rising costs over the last several months, and it's been competitive. We've had a lot of clients, and I'll just pick on the e-commerce industry. During Memorial Day, we saw a lot of brands lean in heavily, and they spent a lot of money. Much to their chagrin, their outcome and what their intended ROAS was much less than just a few months prior, because everyone else was spending all of that money, and they're almost on that on cycle where it's really high cost. And when you're focused on those lower funnel channels, you're going to find that costs will increase, and there's this kind of saying in the industry, go upstream to pan for gold. In other words, how else can you influence these consumers, these customers, to buy from you? How can you introduce yourself sooner in maybe a less expensive way? And we found there's some research present that says about a 60-40 split of performance and brand from a budget perspective is about that right balance in the industry mainly. So I want to just talk about a couple of kind of these frustration points. When you pit these two against each other, you're competing for budget unnecessarily. Brand building often loses out more. It was funny, before COVID, it was really a performance. And post-COVID, we're seeing that that brand's voice is getting louder and performance is simultaneously. And when those are done together, when those are done together, we actually see that there's a reduction of cost. So think about this. What if every interaction with a potential customer was at $4 to $15 per click? That gets expensive across 10 to 15 touch points. But removing some of those costs and moving that downward, say to 10 cents, to 15 cents, to 35 cents, that's what you can achieve when you're thinking about brand and performance simultaneously. Just a quick story. We have a fantastic client, I won't name names, that we've worked with for many years. They came to us and said, we have a large budget for this upcoming push. We have a lot of leads and ultimately applications that we need to get over the finish line, and we're relying on you to help us get that done. They said, what would you recommend the strategy to be, knowing you've run similar campaigns? We proposed the strategy, of which paid search, a very low funnel channel, had probably about 20% of the budget. Fast forward about 30 to 45 days, in a conversation with this client, they said, things are going so well. In fact, we're above performance benchmarks of where we would hope to be. We're getting more leads than we had expected, and they're at a low cost. Thank you. We don't know what you're doing, but this is working. And we said, well, number one, that's good to hear. Let's go through some of the results and talk about where the leads are coming from. Come to find out, about 75% of all of those leads derive from paid search. And immediately the client threw their hands in the air and said, what are you doing, you idiots? Why is that only getting 20% of the budget? And we said, well, we thought you'd say so. And for that industry, we found that during this period of time, it might be upwards of, 20 to 50 to even $70 per click. So rather than complete on a cost per click basis, we went upstream to pan for gold. We, through programmatic display, through social, through video, began to introduce those potential customers to the brand, to that organization. And what happened was they actually went to Google, put the brand's name in and what they were looking for, and that cost per click was $2 or $2.50. And we were able to take what would have been really expensive lead generation campaign and shift that dramatically and have a remarkable impact in terms of what they were doing. The other thing that's interesting, if you're familiar, who owns a Traeger in this room? Any Traeger lovers? Camp Chef? Any Camp Chef lovers? I had a conversation a couple of years ago with Camp Chef. I said, tell me about Traeger going public. Tell me about Traeger as a competitor. How has it affected you? They said, hands down, Traeger's the best thing that ever happened to us. I said, why is that? They said, our sales are up, revenue is up, because they enlarged the market. They enlarged the category. They said they did such a good job building brand, all of us have been positively impacted. And so when you think about it, it doesn't always have to be an us versus them. You can enlarge your category. You can actually find more people in that audience pool and not just fight over less. So there's just a couple of key takeaways. Treating performance marketing and brand building as short-term versus long-term gain trade-offs is wrong. It's not always one or the other, and often brand can help in the short term, not only in the long term. Second takeaway, brand building can actually be financially measurable. There's an HBR article that came out 11 pages long about this exact topic a few months ago, and they actually walk through how brand equity can be measured and how it can directly impact the bottom line in a way that I think can be really meaningful. And then next takeaway, your current performance marketing may not be as measurable as you think in terms of how and where the sell is coming from. Devin's going to spend a few moments and talk about customer attribution and what that looks like and how to think more holistically. And he'll delve a little bit more into that. Bonus, last takeaway that I had was giving value back to the customer throughout the journey, finding ways to invest in their experience to make it more meaningful. It always pays off. It breeds loyalty as you improve their experience and provide value along the way. With that, thank you for your time, and we'll turn it over to Devin.
Which one do I hit? Right. Okay. I'll put it there just in case. How's everybody doing? Let's do a little mic check here. All right, I think we're good. Thanks, Phil. Phil's an absolute stud. Him and his team have done an awesome job putting this event together, so let's give Phil and Suzanne and all those another hand. My name is Devin Deaton. I'm one of the partners here at Max Connect. Me and three awesome men, a couple of them are in the back here, started this agency 10 years ago. It's looked a lot different than it did back then. Mainly we were out of Kyle's attic, and we had no clients, and we had no employees. Now we've got tons of tremendous clients across the country, 60 plus employees across the country, and it all wouldn't be possible without our awesome clients. So I know we have a lot of clients here and not a lot of partners here, and we just want to say thank you guys, because if it wasn't for you guys, Max Connect wouldn't be possible. You know, we always talk about we're only successful when our clients are, and so truly aligning ourselves with good clients is kind of what's been making it magic. So thank you guys. I'm going to talk to you guys today about Kudos, which I'm really happy to talk to you about. But first, I need to tell you a story. The story is about these awesome shoes right here, okay? If you guys don't know these are the Nike Air Monarchs. These are the quintessential dad shoe, okay? Everything about this is perfect for a dad. My wife bought me this shoe for Father's Day. I'm a huge sneaker guy. Now, when I pulled it out of there, I was laughing, I was loving it. My kids, I have boys who are 9 and 6. They didn't get why Dad thought it was cool. They thought it was just some lame shoe. But I thought it was really cool. So being the marketer I am, I asked my wife, hey, where'd you get these shoes? And like most moms out there, Amazon. Found them on Amazon. Okay, well, how did you get to them before Amazon? Well, I went to their website. Okay, good to know. Think about it a little further. Well, what made you go to their website? How did you find their website? She kind of gave me this funny look, Google, duh. Okay, makes sense. Well, what inspired you to go search on Google? What made you think of these shoes? Well, a friend sent me an Instagram story from them, and I thought, that might be a good idea. So I'm sitting there going, okay, so it was your friend on the Instagram story that started this whole journey. And she's like, well, no. I had seen some video ads before for some shoes for Father's Day gifts, and I thought that might be a good idea. Some of the friends sent it to me. I went to Google, went to their website, went to Amazon, and bought the purchase. Now, that might not seem like that crazy of a story. And if I were to probably ask you guys when you bought something recently, kind of how this purchase went, what your journey was like, it would look a lot like this, right? But the difference is here is, being the marketer I am, I study this and I'm looking at this go, and then I start asking her, okay, what was the most influential thing for you? What was was it the first thing that you did? Was it like your first click attribution? Was it that? Was it the last click attribution? Was it all of it together? At this point, she's looking at me like, what are you even talking about? Like, I don't even know why you're asking me these things. I just purchased something. But as marketers, that's the way we kind of tend to look at things, right? We've been forever like ingrained to be like, you either need to look at first click attribution, you need to look at last click attribution, or you should look at multi-click attribution. But that's not the way consumers behave. That's not the way consumers look at things. When I ask her these questions like, which one of these touch points was the most influential in your purchase? She just gives me a look like, what are you asking me this for? This has nothing to do with anything, To marketers, it does. But the reason why I bring this up, because kudos, more than anything, is a change in our mindset, right? It's a change in the way we look at things. We've forever been trying to go back to look at this situation as like, well, what was the most influential thing? What drove them to purchase? What was but that's not the way consumers look at it. So kudos is a change in the mindset. Google Analytics has done a really good job for us, and specifically Universal Analytics has done a really good job at making it super easy for marketers to analyze their marketing based on all these different channels we're doing, right? As a digital marketer, you look in Google Analytics and you're like, all right, I got my display campaigns, I got my social campaigns, I'm doing A/B testing, I'm doing all this different multivariate testing on the websites. Right there in analytics, it makes it really easy for you to say, okay, well, search and direct traffic are doing the best. Because based on analytics and their last click attribution, there's what's driving the conversions. So you should put all your money into there. But as we saw in our previous example, that's not the way the customers look at it. They don't think, okay, well, I'm going to go consume some search, and then I'm going to go watch some video, and then I'm going to be hit by display ad. Like, that's just not how the way consumers go. So with kudos, we thought, well, we're looking at it wrong. Rather than trying to look at first click, last click, multi-click, we need to look at like a customer-focused attribution. Okay, and that's a key differentiator. Google Analytics has been marketing channel focused, strategy focused, the tactic you're doing focused, this campaign versus that campaign, your paid social versus your paid search. What is doing better? But to consumers, that's not how it is, right? So we set out to start tracking it. And we built this tool called Kudos, which we'll talk a little bit more about, but Kudos allows us to track the customer journey. So we basically built a software tool where anytime someone comes to your website and has any conversion, whether it's a phone call, a chat, a form, a purchase, add to cart, a key page view, whatever it might be, we're going to track that. And then we're going to track their whole journey, and we're going to see how they behave. So we started tracking people, and this is an example of a typical customer journey we look at. This person first came to our client's website from a Max Connect display ad. They had 5 conversions. They viewed a few VDPs, they made phone calls, whatever it may be. They came back an hour later, now from a different tactic. Now from our VIN retargeting strategies. They've been to the website now. We know what specific car they want to look at. Now we're serving them up that same exact car, and they bring them back to the website. Well, then the next few times they come to the website, well, now they just type in the URL directly. Okay, then they leave. Then they come back and they type in the URL again. This time they had 24 conversions. That's pretty cool. Well, direct traffic, man, they look like they're winning. So when you look at this, it's a shift in the mindset. And this is an ugly looking slide. We've had all these really cool looking slides, but I need to present data. I'm more of a data scientist, so I want to show you some things here. Universal Analytics would tell you with last click attribution, your display campaign should get 5 conversions. Okay? So you would look at analytics and be like, all right, display drove 5 conversions. Okay. You look at your VIN retargeting campaign. You come in here and say, okay, VIN retargeting had 9 conversions here, had 9 there. Okay, VIN retargeting had 18 conversions. VIN retargeting beat display. That's what Google Analytics would want to tell you. Okay, then you'd come and look at direct traffic. And you're like, man, look at all the conversions we got from direct traffic. We got 44 conversions from direct traffic. So direct traffic beat VIN retargeting. So we should just put all our money into direct traffic. And as marketers, we're set with this kind of paradox of like, how do we analyze it then, right? we're told right here that you give a chart that shows all the different traffic sources, all the performance from them, and it's pretty easy to see, like, well, one thing wins out another, okay? But what I'm trying to tell you guys today is, like, we've been looking at it wrong. So if you look at it in a different perspective, and you look at it from a customer-focused mindset, we see that, well, they first started down the path with display. Well, and they got their 5 conversions. Then they came back from VIN retargeting. Then they did all this other stuff, right? So rather than looking at it by these things competing against each other, because they're not. They're helping each other, right? They're helping drive that consumer down the path to purchase. So these things together, your VIN retargeting plus your display plus your direct traffic, you had over 80 plus conversions from this person, okay? So it's just a drastic shift in the mindset. So put simply, Kudos is our marketing attribution and reporting software, and it was built 100% in-house by Max Connect. And I take a ton of pride in that, because as anyone knows, to do something of great worth, you have to get the right people in place first, right? A lot of you have probably read the book Good to Great. Good to Great talks a lot about getting the right people on the bus before you know where you're driving. We had this idea of like, all right, we know we need to change the way we're looking at attribution. We know we need to build a new tool for that. But we got to get the right team in place to know, that way we have the right people in place to know where we're going to go. So we assembled the team. Every line of code, every single thing we've done in Kudos platform was built 100% by Max Connect employees inside this building right here. And we take a ton of pride in that just because I know there's a lot of agencies that try to, cut corners or different things like that. And it's like we take so much pride in building things from the ground up in-house. Here's a little bit about how it looks when you log into the platform. Now, we're not going to dive into that today, but a couple of the things Kudos is helping our clients with currently. Kudos is helping them understand their customer acquisition journey. We just went over an example of that, and it's completely shifted that mindset, right? Greg talked a lot about kind of looking at things from a different way, like shifting that mindset, shifting that paradigm, and that's exactly what Kudos does. It's also helping our clients with campaign scoring, and I'm going to get into that in a minute. It helps them analyze business trends and make better decisions for their business. So, the Kudos score, and then I'm going to get out of here. I know we're kind of short on time. I want to talk to you guys about the Kudos score because I think it's something that is really cool that our team has built. So for the last 10 years that we've been doing this, we've been tracking thousands of different data points and metrics, right? For every campaign, every client, every time you looked at month-end reports and our reporting, you're going to see CPMs, cost per click, click-through rates, session durations, conversion rates, time on sites, all these different metrics. Well, our team set out to say, man, kind of going back to that simplicity thing is like, what if we could just have like one number or like one indicator of whether or not a campaign was going to be doing good? We know what all the things are. We know the things we're looking at. We know what all the micro numbers that we're trying to look at, the micro conversions, if you will, that are going to lead to the macro conversions that we want. And so we took data from clients' campaigns that we knew were successful. We knew they had good ROI. We knew we hit their campaign objectives. We then went and looked at like, what does their data footprint look like? What is their algorithm? When you look at their click-through rate and their session durations and their conversion rates and their cost per click and their cost per views and all that, what combination of those is a good indicator of a good campaign? What combination of those is an indicator of a poor campaign? And so we put those things into an algorithm that our teams developed, and we developed the Kudos score. And the Kudos score takes 25 different little metrics we're looking at, and it rolls it up and to easily tell you, oh, this is going to be a good campaign, or hey, this is not going to be a good campaign. So when you log into the system, you're getting this Kudos score, and what it does is it's going to give you 4 different data points. One is the color. We tried to make it simple. Your color is either going to be green or yellow. If it's green, that means your campaign is either at the benchmarks or above benchmarks. The benchmarks. I'm going to talk to you about that, and then we'll go to the Kudos score. The benchmarks are cool because we have all this client data, right? We've been doing this for 10 years. We've got hundreds of clients. And we also have industry-level data. So often we get questions from clients that are like, okay, you told me that my click-through rate was 0.25%. Is that good or is that bad? Right? It's good. It's easy for us to say that. But if we had some data to compare it against, you could say, well, the industry average is 0.15%, so you're above that. Right? And that's what these Kudos scores give you. So if they want to know, is our display campaign doing well? And it's like, well, your score is at 125. The average score for your industry is at 66. The average score for our clients is at 100. So if you're above that, then you know it's doing better. We also broke this down on an individual metric standpoint. So on each individual metric you get and all the things you'd like to look at, you're going to get this cool dashboard that's going to show you, okay, green means things are good. So over here, your search click-through rate. So for this client, they have a click-through rate of 7.2% for search. Again, is that good? I don't know. Well, how does it compare to the industry? Well, the industry average is 4.23%. So you're outperforming the industry by almost 2 to 1. Our client average for this industry is 9.2%. So we know we can do better, but things are doing well. Same thing with display, same thing with search. So if you bring back here, I have a little quote. It says, finally some data with some relevance. So often we're showing clients all of this data, all these data points, all these things, and it's like, how do we know this is doing well? Well, now we're giving them an option to benchmark it against the industry, their peers, and against our top performing clients. And so these are just a number of the things we have with Kudos. There's a lot to it. More than anything, today I wanted you guys to look at analytics with a different perspective, right? Kind of shift your mindset there. Rather than looking at all those different channels, Phil talked a lot about how brand and performance are put against each other, and they shouldn't be put against each other. Together, they're going to accomplish more than they are individually. So rather than trying to always look at, is this channel doing better than that channel, is how are they working together? We always talk about the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, and that's what with Kudos we found. So thank you guys for coming out. I think we're going to turn it over to our Google team here, and that's it. Yeah, thanks, sir.
All right. They're good at getting this mic active. Okay, thanks, Phil and Devin. I think that's great. Next on the list, and we're actually making up time, so we're actually going to be back on track here, which is nice. You know, we've had a long-term relationship with Google. We've been a Google Premier partner for years and years and years. And I don't know if any of you have actually had the opportunity to, like, if you have a problem on your advertising, you try to call Google, the regular support line, it can be maddening, which is why we love our Google team and the support that they provide. We have a dedicated team there. And today we have Farjad Siddiqui. Let me see if I can advance. Who's going to be speaking with us. And Farjad is a unique individual. He's been really working with us for just the last several months, but he has unique experience. He comes from the agency space. He comes from the private space as well, where he's had experience doing a lot of different things. And so really what our team at Google allows us to do is win. So when we need extra data, when we need help understanding a complex industry, we can reach out to our team at Google and they can help us figure out the best strategy to help our clients win. So Farjad is a great guy. He's got a 4-year-old daughter. And I'm sending him home with a Max Connect t-shirt for his daughter so she can help represent as well. He's coming from New Jersey, and we're just grateful that he's here. So Farjad, welcome.
Thank you, Greg. Think I'm on. Awesome. Well, hello everyone. That Greg presentation was phenomenal. I felt like I was learning a lot, and especially the last thing when he talked about his daughter, I was a bit nervous, you know, speaking in front of a lot of people. I was like, I should be happy about that, the fact that I get to do this. There's a lot of other, you know, things that we have to deal with, and this is just, you know, even if I do really badly, it's okay. Y'all will forgive me. I'm not so worried. So I'm Farjad Siddiqui. I'm the strategic agency manager working with Max Connect now. Like Greg mentioned, over several months, it's been an amazing time I've had with Max Connect. You all, if you are working with Max Connect, you have a great team. What I love about Max Connect is they're aligned with us when it comes to making sure that they're doing the best thing for all of you and for all of you and for their customers. They'll challenge us and we'll challenge them. But in the end, our goals are always similar, whereas how can we drive more growth, more revenue, more business for all of you in the room. So today I'm going to talk about a few things. You can say modern marketing. 4 things that I'll focus on is today's consumer. How has, you know, COVID really shifted today's consumer and how they're surfing the net, how they're looking at buying, the purchase journeys and whatnot. And then we'll go into what you can do about that with your Max Connect team specifically. So today's consumer. 30 years ago, which seems like a lot, but I would say most of us were born here. I was born, I was only 3 years old, but I was still born. Only 1% of the population had access to internet. So internet was, you know, what was internet? No one really knew. We were having a chat yesterday with Jeff and Todd around, you know, when he was on his BlackBerry about 15 years ago. It was like such a novel idea of having email on your phone. And today, 4.5+ billion people are online. That's more than 55% of the world's population. I've seen it firsthand. I'm from Pakistan originally, and when I visit people that, you know, they're not always have everything, but they still have their phone and they have access to internet, which makes a huge difference. That means it's also more complex to do tasks. Based on some surveys we've done, it takes around 8 searches to complete a task. And that's even more complicated when it comes to purchasing and buying, making those decisions. This is just any task, really. So the purchase journey continues to be more complex, especially after COVID. I think it's become more and more difficult during COVID, and even now we're still seeing increase in searches that are near me. People are still figuring that out. During COVID, we saw a ton of that, making sure, hey, what are some of the rules? What's going on? How can I make sure that I'm following some of those rules? So those habits have sort of continued into now. I think we're getting better. With that, consumers also want personalization. That was the case before the pandemic, but it's gotten even more every day. Some stats here: 51% of consumers now expect personalized interactions. That is important factor for them to make their purchase decision. Even though they want personalization, they are also very focused on making sure that their privacy is intact, and that's very important. 90% of adults believe companies should only have access to their data if they have given them permission. It's important. It's important for all of us because that is what the consumer wants. So with all of those complexities, what can you do about it? So we have what we're looking at, the 3 C's of growth with Google. First is be customer-centric. Focus on where your customer is. You may have your hypotheses of where your customer might be, but that may not be the case. Don't try to keep your own opinions of way of getting to the next sale. Be cutting edge. We're always working on new products, and there's probably some of you that don't love the new products. There's always a love and hate relationship, but in the end, our goal really is to drive better performance for our clients, but also make sure that the user journey continues to be best for our users that are on Google. That's a core tenet of ours. And then be competitive. This is really where you all have the ability to make sure that your competitive edge is shown through, and that's through first-party data integration, especially as privacy and tracking and all that sort of becomes more complex, especially as cookies get deprecated. So again, what does it mean to be customer-centric? So we have search ads is probably the most. It's one of the things that you all are probably on. Machine learning, AI, whatever you want to call it, continues to be a big part of our products. It continues to drive a lot of value for our users, which means it drives value for all of you because all of your customers are our users. We've seen it help a lot of advertisers as well. Within the trends page, within Google Ads, you can sort of see what's going on. And that's a lot of it housed through machine learning and automation. The 3 things I have here, I know you guys have seen this before, may not have the best experiences as well with some of these. I would say this has gone a lot better as we have continued to put in a lot of our resources into making sure all of these 3 work in favor of driving more volume and more performance for all of you. So it's Smart Bidding, Broad Match, and RSA's responsive search ads. Smart Bidding is probably my favorite. I think I've been in this industry for over 10 years. Some of you have been longer than I have, but I think when I initially looked at Smart Bidding, it just wasn't that smart, to be honest with you. It's gotten a lot better. And how it's gotten a lot better is it adjusts to the dynamic market. When we talk about being customer-centric, we need to be able to allow the machine to figure out, okay, where is our customer? How do we make those changes in real time? How are we looking at all the signals available to us to be able to make those changes in real time? And that's really what Smart Bidding is all about. A lot of you are utilizing it. I know the Max Connect team is also working very diligently, but also, you know, making sure that it's working for all of you in the right way. It's not a do it and just leave it. It's understanding what it's doing and how can you make it better. So as you can imagine, you know, we have a lot of signals to tap into. There's location, there's, you know, time, device, interest. All of those things are sort of taken into account when we're looking at smart bidding, and that's how it sort of makes sure that we're hitting your goals. And then we have what we obviously call broad match. I think if you've been in this industry for a while, you're like, what the heck is like broad match? No, broad match, no. We have exact match, we have cascading negatives, all of that. I think that's sort of moved away from that now, where with the ability of automation and machine learning, what you can really do with broad match is expand and increase your efficiency, save time, and be relevant. Because I would say in the last year or two, broad match has actually become a lot better. It's not just serving for anything or just, you know, super broad, but combining that with smart bidding, you're actually able to reach more people that you thought you weren't able to reach because of your preconceptions on, hey, these are the type of keywords that only convert. So that's where it's gotten a lot better. It's not the broad match, you know, you may have, you remember or may have used. It's gotten a lot better. It understands, you know, the qualified user versus just any user. That is key, though, to be able to utilize with smart bidding, because I think that if you've done one or the other, what happens is you're not getting the most out of it. So if I would say, if you were looking at testing, like I would with your Max Connect team, I would be very, hey, we want to test it in this sort of way to be able to see if it works for you. And you know, there might be some cases where it just does not do what it was. It does not do exactly what you were doing before, and then that's a good way to know, okay, well, it didn't really perform. But I would say for the most part, it'll expand and get you more reach. And then we have the last piece on the automation side is responsive search ads. If you aren't aware of responsive search ads, they're basically, the goal is to provide all the inputs. So you're giving the machine the opportunity to look at every available input on headlines and descriptions, and then it'll create the right ad for the right user. And that's, you know, this is going to, I would say, become more and more important as AI continues to be more individualistic in that situation. So the right ad for the right person at the right time, at the right bid, becomes super, super important. And when you combine those three, what we're really seeing is 20% more conversions at a similar cost per action. So overall, it's been pretty great. This is a good example of, hey, having the right signals with smart bidding, with broad match, and then having your RSAs in place, ideal output. The second piece we talked about when it came to being customer-centric, or what the consumers were dealing with today, was privacy and measurement. We all know this is changing. This continues to be an important topic across all industries. You know, we want to make sure that we're doing the best for our users, but we're also making sure that it's the best thing for all of us as well, so that we can make better decisions for our users. Because if you go back, one of the things a lot of the consumers wanted was personalization. So how do we get a good balance of that? That's really the key. You know, this is a good way to look at, like, almost 50% of people worldwide stopped buying or using a service due to privacy concerns. So how can you preserve that? You know, preserving existing measurement, using durable conversion tracking methods, like, you know, using your first-party data, having that available, assigning values if you aren't able to necessarily track the values to be able to drive the most out of it, and then strengthening your conversion setup with privacy-safe, future-proof of measurement. So again, what you really want to do is make sure that you are tapping into your first-party data and making sure you are tracking properly. You have the right conversion tracking in place that is privacy-centric, because that becomes super important. The second piece is being cutting edge. Like I said, we're always sort of focusing on the newest and the coolest. We actually ask for a lot of feedback from agencies like Max Connect to get understanding of, hey, this is what's working, this is what's not working. Their feedback, I personally provide to our teams of like, hey, this is what's going on. And then that's how it gets better and better. The first, probably it's not as new, but it continues to become better and better, is Performance Max. It's really the goal of Performance Max when it started was, hey, how can we focus on one thing? And that sort of goes back to Greg's presentation, like how can we focus on one thing and help you drive more of that one thing? So if you're a retail client, that's usually, I want to get a certain ROAS across all of Google search, or all of Google, for instance. So how can we get you that? And that's really what Performance Max focuses was. It was like, hey, one thing we can get for you across all the different products that we have. When it comes to, when it comes to YouTube, display, search, discover, Gmail, and Maps. So really, if you combine that with smart bidding, it makes sure that you are capturing your customer at the right place at the right time, and that was really the focus of it. What we've seen really is so far an average increase of 13% in total incremental conversions. So it continues to provide value across, I would say, a plethora of our clients, not just e-com retail, but across the board. Like I mentioned, it's a single goal-based campaign. It's all focused on like, hey, I want to hit this number, or like I want this ROAS across the campaign, and it'll try to do that at its best possible. It'll try to find where your customer is at that point to get you that target. The second we have, which is a little bit, I would say, a little bit upper funnel, not upper funnel, but it would be a bit higher than Performance Max in terms of Performance Max is that low, like, hey, I just want that ROAS. Demand Gen is super new. It's still in beta. We're working on it with Phil and Greg and Brendan's team on getting this available across if you're interested on it. So this is super new. It's in beta. Having a Max Connect team, you get the opportunity to request these. So this is basically a combining of YouTube and Discovery ads. If you haven't used Discovery, it's a Google feed. If you have an Android, you can see it. It's a very good way to learn about new client, new brands, new things. So it's pretty cool. And then obviously you've probably heard of YouTube Shorts. That continues to grow drastically. So this will sort of give you all of that inventory together, but also focused on like what you're trying to accomplish. So that could be, hey, I want to reach. My focus is driving reach, or it could also be driving conversion. So we're very excited about this. It's very, very new. It's going to continue to be a focal point of ours because we believe this will drive a lot of value. If you're doing a lot on social, this is a great way to test out what we have when it comes to social and sort of compare, right? Especially if you have great lifestyle images, if you have great video assets, things like that, this can be super, super, super helpful. What its goal really is that it's expanded impact, right? You're not looking at just one or two in silos, you're looking across the board. It encompasses what really Google is all about, which is like being at the right place at the right time for your prospective consumer. Also, Google's all about data. We have a lot of targeting audiences that sort of taken into account, and then we can really, really give the consumer the best option. What is, I think, important here and across all of our products is providing more and more inputs so that we can get the best output. So like if you have 15 different creatives, put them all in, let it figure out which creative makes the most sense for which kind of consumer. And then having different type of measurement studies like the brand lift study, search lift, things like that can really showcase the overall value. This is all the different signals that take in place to be able to look at the interest and intent to meet those goals. Talk about the measurement piece, so I'll move on. And the last one is competitive. I think this is very important only because this is all about integrating your first-party data. Your data is the most important to helping you decide who the next set of customers might be or how you're going to be able to drive the best out of it, especially when it comes to Google Ads specifically. So, make sure that you are working through the Max Connect team to be able to integrate that best possible within Google and creating the right audiences across our platform, especially as third-party cookies continue to sort of go away, and that's just going to get as more complicated. So, if you look at it, it's like automation plus first-party data plus the human expertise. Sort of what we've seen is 3x revenue uplift and 1.5x reduction in cost. I know that's a bit weird, but that's what it says. So what do you want to do when it comes to building that robust database is first build that first-party database. Not everyone has that, so I would say that's like the first place to start, making sure that when you are getting all that data and when you are looking at your customers, you are able to house it in a way where you can then share it out privately, anonymously, create a customer-oriented strategy, target business goals through automation. So you want to make sure that you are using the right technology, to be able to have that robust database. There's different types of first-party database, like CRMs you probably use. Most of them are compatible, but even then we are able to take like manual hash data in to be able to look at customer matches, things like that. So I would say that's the key there. Ensure that your strategy is built to cultivate customer trust. So be very transparent about, hey, this is what we're collecting, how it will be used, and how it is used to benefit customers. I think one of the most important things is privacy, or like a lot of people don't even know what that is, and they're just automatically like, oh no, I don't want to do that. But if we're explaining to them at the forefront of like, hey, this is why we are using it, or this is sort of what's collected, then that sort of helps us just move a little bit over the hump of like, I don't want to give any data away. And then optimize towards your business goals, right? So give us all those inputs, work them through Max Connect and your teams, and utilize it to drive the best results. So I've been pretty quick. I think I'm on time. 3 takeaways, in my opinion, that I think are important here is your consumers, your customers expect more. They expect more. Whatever they expect right now, they expect more right now. So like they continue to expect more. Every second, it's like as a consumer, they want more. So you have to make sure that you're doing everything that they want to be able to sort of close that. Lean into technology. This is obviously, it's hard to relinquish control sometimes, but I would say it's all about leaning in and testing it out and understanding, learn, and see how you can do differently. But this is not going away. I think AI, I try not to talk a lot. I don't put AI at all in my slides for a reason, because I think I've heard AI for the last like 6 months. Everything is wow. It's probably a nice car. I've heard AI across 6 months. So, but that's not gonna change. It's going to continue to be a part of our lives, our conversations, and our consumers sort of expect the best out of it. So lean into it, learn, try it out, see what makes sense, and then makes those decisions. And then what is your competitive advantage is that your data is the best data. Nothing, a third party, like if you're used to using Google or other platforms, your data will always be the best. So utilize that as much as possible to give us the ability to find the most qualified customers. I think it's going to be a key to continued success. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, I hope you had a chance to memorize those slides. I think they'll be valuable to you in the future. Just kidding. So we're going to have access to all the slide materials. We also are going to have a library where you can actually watch the streaming event as well. So there's a lot of information there. I think just the takeaway is that our relationship with Google and our partnership with Google gives us access to a lot of stuff. We have access to betas. We're consistently testing and trying and learning new methodologies. So we appreciate that. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next part of our event. We're going to take a quick break, and that'll give you an opportunity to choose your session. And the sessions, go through them here. If you're on the dealership side, then you'll want to be in this room. Dealership, whether that's automotive, marine, power sports, whatever it might be, this would be a good session for you. And then the other session is going to be in the glass office just out here to the right, and that's if you're an e-commerce or retail brand. That would be a good place for you to be. So we're going to take that break and separate. And then obviously, if you kind of look at your agenda, it'll be kind of easy to see what's going on. But I think that gives you a good idea of what to do next. So we'll go ahead and take that break, and then look forward to the breakout sessions. Thank you.
Pour éclairer la terre. Et ce fut ainsi. Et ce fut ainsi.
Hello to our virtual. Hello, hello, hello. Hello to our virtual presenters. Can you hear us? Please indicate by waving a hello. Hello, Carmen. Can you hear me? Please wave hello. Hello, Carmen. Can you hear me? Please wave hello if you can. Carmen, can you hear me? Handheld check. Handheld check. Handheld check. 1, 2. 1, 2. Interesting that I'm not seeing an input here. 1, 2.
Can we see if
Hey, Matt, do you want to have Garrett come in? Yeah, well, deal estate. We're talking deal estate. Carmen, can you just maybe clear the alphabet for a minute? We're just trying to hear you. Keep talking. When what?
Try logging off of this computer and just my regular. Oh, it's working.
Yeah, go ahead and flip that back to Starlight. Hello, Carmen. Please wave if you can hear me. Carmen, please say hello if you can hear me.
Hi.
Okay, we're good to go.
Okay, I know there's a few other people trickling in. We're going to go ahead and get started for all things dealership. We're lucky to have Carmen, who you see on the screen there. She's presenting from the East Coast offices from Google. She'll be able to present. She's sharing her slides, and she's going to talk to the state of the automotive and kind of dealership industry. When she's finished, we're going to have Ryan Robler, our Senior Vice President on Automotive and all things dealerships, as well as Brendan Asilito, our Chief Digital Officer. They're going to be on stage immediately after and being able to just share a few additional thoughts and where we've seen success. So with that, Carmen, we're going to turn it over to you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carmen Henry. I am a Strategy and Insights Manager for Automotive here at Google, and I am delighted to be with you all today. Today, I am going to be talking to you about what transpired in the first half of the year, as well as things such as sales, consumers, inventory, some trends that we're seeing, and then looking ahead to the second half of 2023 in terms of the challenges that are to come. So we all know the automotive industry has been evolving and constantly changing. So buckle up and let's all enjoy the ride. So starting off with the first half of 2023, we sold about 7.6 million vehicles, an increase of 13% year over year. And the SAAR is actually at about 15.4 million. So let's just take a quick step back here. In 2022, we sold about 13.9 million vehicles. And this year we're on track to sell well over 15 million. So we are definitely trending in the right direction. In addition to these sales, what we saw was that retail sales were up by about 7%, and fleet sales were up by roughly 45%. From an OEM standpoint, most OEMs were up in terms of sales year over year. Yes. Okay. Sorry, I was getting an echo. Sales were up year over year for pretty much most of the OEMs. There were a few that experienced some declines, but all in all, we have a great start to the year. The momentum is expected to continue, and consumers are optimistic and are purchasing. So now let's look at inventory. From an inventory point of view, we have about 1.9 million vehicles, and those are vehicles that are on the ground as well as vehicles that are in transit. And that translates to about a 36-day supply. So we are actually over forecast in regards to vehicles, and this is largely attributed to the suppliers as well as the OEMs ramping up a lot faster than expected. So when we look at May inventory compared to June, it went up by 5%. But if we take a further look back and we look at June 2022 versus June 2023, inventory is up actually 55%. So now let's look at where exactly this inventory is and what it is. So I want all of us to kind of take a step back here. So during the pandemic, many dealers as well as OEMs were pretty much building vehicles that were high margin. So with that being said, we had a lot of vehicles that were luxury vehicles as well as SUVs and pickups. So that caused a lot of different shifts. Some of those shifts included that the average transaction price actually went up by 25%. Right now, as of June, the average transaction price was over $48,000. And then in addition to that, we had rising interest rates as well as credit tightening. So we have seen some increases in regards to more affordable vehicles. So when we look at it, approximately 35% of the inventory that's currently available is made up of the non-luxury segment. Now, I know that may not seem like a lot, but let's go a little bit deeper. So when we look at affordable vehicles, and that would be like your entry-level sedans as well as smaller CUVs and smaller SUVs, we are currently at 16% of inventory, and we were at 15%. I know that sounds like only 1 percentage point, but the thing is that from May 2021 to May 2023, this segment actually stayed stagnant or was declining. So the fact that we are actually getting more vehicles that are affordable is very important to the industry. And I'm going to go more into detail further along in the presentation. So let's talk about the financial piece of it. As I stated on the last slide, our average transaction price has gone up by 25% since 2019. The average vehicle note is over $700. And then when we look at people who are actually spending over $1,000 on vehicles, it is roughly about 1 in 6. So can you imagine that? And then taking a deeper look at it, with the rising interest rates as well as the credit tightening, it's getting a lot harder for customers to actually get credit. So I wanted to look at what consumer sentiment is. So basically, University of Michigan comes up with consumer sentiment every month, and it's based on a number of different factors, including economic factors as well as buying conditions. And the good thing is that customers are actually optimistic, which helps explain why during the first half of the year, we saw record-breaking sales. In fact, it's been a 28% increase year over year in regards to customers being optimistic about the economy. Next, I wanted to look at how do customers feel about purchasing a vehicle. University of Michigan, once again, has a consumer sentiment where basically they ask consumers, is now a good time to purchase a vehicle, or is now a bad time to purchase a vehicle? And the good thing is that based on the survey, most people think that it's a good time to purchase a vehicle. But peeling the onion back a little bit further is actually a paradigm. And the reason why I say this is because when asked, why is now a good time to purchase a vehicle, most people stated due to inventory. As you all know, we have a lot more inventory than what we had previously, so customers have choices. And then the second reason why was because there were actually deals to be had. So when we look at customers who said now was not a good time to purchase, the top reason that they stated was due to affordability. So looking at this, like I said, it's kind of a paradigm. So prices have gone up by 25%, that we know. But customers were 3 times more likely to say due to rising interest rates as well as credit tightening. So as all of you know, most customers finance their vehicles. So not only are they concerned about price, but they're also concerned about the cost in order to get the financing. And then when you couple this with, we have a lot more expensive cars than what we had previously, we can see how this kind of unravels. So I've kind of summed up the first half of 2023. What we know is that consumers are optimistic, consumers are purchasing. The outlook is looking very bright for this year. Now I am going to move into the second half of 2023 and some different trends that we're seeing, as well as some challenges that we're seeing ahead. So this chart shows the percent of registration changes in households that had 100,000 or less in regards to income from 2019 to 2022. So what we have seen is that this demographic has actually gone down anywhere from 22% to 45%. So just to put a little bit of context behind this, in 2019, 44% of new vehicle buyers' household income was 100,000 or less. In 2022, there was only 30% of buyers 100,000 or less. So basically in 3 years, we lost 15% of that market. In addition, when we look at registrations, there were about 6 million registrations in 2019. And then in 2022, we lost about 40% to 3.4 million. And the reason why all of this is important is because we know in order to sell more vehicles going forward, this demographic makes up a large portion. So we already know what the factors are. Affordability being the main factor. Now, I know previously in the slides, we kind of talked about availability of vehicles, but having a vehicle mix that also has some entry-level vehicles as well as mid-level vehicles is going to be important, especially to get these people who are in market to actually purchase vehicles. And then I am going to talk about student loans coming up next here. So we all know that in 2020, they kind of put a forbearance on student loans. So for most student loans, people did not have to pay. Student loans actually doesn't discriminate. Anyone from 18 and up can have student loans. Right now, there are about 36 million people who currently carry student loans. And the big thing for us is that our largest demographic, which is the 25 to 49, generally speaking, about anywhere from 1 in 3 to about 1 in 5 owe student loans. So that's anywhere from about 20% to about 25% have this debt that they'll have to deal with come September 1st if legislation is not passed. So what exactly does this mean? So the average student loan is about $37,338. And as I stated earlier, the average vehicle or monthly vehicle note is a little bit over $700. So basically, what's going to happen is that those who owe student loans, they roughly on average owe about $377, which is half of a vehicle payment. So just to put this into context, as all of you know, when we look at our everyday expenses, grocery shopping, etc., those expenses have gone up. Credit cards, those expenses have gone up due to inflation. So for some customers, it is going to be a question as to, Do I purchase a new vehicle, or do I take care of my regular household items that I need to do? Do I purchase a new vehicle or purchase a new house? Do I hold on to the vehicle that I currently have and try to get that to run, or do I purchase a new vehicle? And in addition to that, when we look at the number of customers who are being rejected for auto loans, it's at an all-time high. And then some customers who are actually able to get loans, they are actually having to pay a lot more for financing. So all of this coupled is what we should be thinking about going into the future. Like, how do we convey these messages to them? Do we need to provide additional incentives? Do we need to focus in on fixed stops also as an area of opportunity? Now I am going to talk about EVs. EVs have been having record-breaking quarters. Last quarter, we sold roughly 300,000 EVs, which was the most EVs that we've ever sold. More customers are interested in EVs than ever before, but we do know that while the EV game is very exciting, there are some barriers with EVs. One barrier is charging anxiety and range anxiety. We've seen a lot of OEMs kind of partner in this space in order to have more chargers available. So for instance, we've seen a number of OEMs partner with Tesla so that their vehicles are also compatible with Tesla chargers. We've also seen a number of OEMs kind of band together in order to create a charging alliance. Now, the other big barrier for EVs is price. So I've stated that the average price for a new vehicle is somewhere between $48,000 and $49,000. When we look at luxury vehicles, it's somewhere around $65,000. And then when we look at EVs, the price of EVs have actually gone down to nearly about $55,000 as of May, and we're seeing that number continue to go down due to a number of factors. One being that we have a lot of EV launches that are scheduled. So we have new EVs and new segments. The other one is that we have kind of a lot of inventory right now, roughly almost 100-day supply for EVs. So we are seeing some OEMs participate in price wars, such as Tesla, as well as Ford. But going forward, it's going to be very important, since for most customers, they aren't familiar with EVs. It's in the early adoption phase of EVs, to educate customers and to let them know what it is in order to own an EV, whether it's maintenance, charging, and etc. So the next thing is the EV tax credit. So the EV tax credit, at first, everyone was very excited about the EV tax credit. It continues to be searched a lot here. It's been some iterations, and with every iteration comes new rules as well as regulations, but it's still top of mind for consumers. In addition, we have seen some states also give tax credits as an additional incentive for customers to purchase EVs. And it's going to be very interesting over the next 4 years. As we see, there'll be more EV vehicles that will launch compared to ICE vehicles, so it's going to get very competitive. Next, I am going to talk about politics. And I know you're wondering, Carmen, like, why are we talking about politics and why is this important? So we know that we go through this election cycle every 4 years. And with this election cycle, we are always bombarded with a number of campaign commercials and campaign information. So in 2024, it'll be no different. According to Ad Age, advertisers are going to spend about $11 billion on election campaign ads. So why is this important to you? This is important to you for a number of reasons. Number one, in regards to ad inventory, it's going to be a lot tighter, as we're going to have $11 billion that is going to come into the advertising industry. So it's going to be important that you plan in advance, and it's going to also get a lot more expensive. In addition to that, customers are going to get a lot of advertising messages that is going to be coming to them. So how do you break through the clutter, and how do you actually connect to your customers so that they can say, oh, I remember that vehicle ad that I saw. I remember that SUV ad, or etc. And then this is going to also be especially important in swing states, as these states are going to have a lot more advertising than the traditional states. So one good thing about Google here is that we do have YouTube that is available, and we have content creators that come in all the time. So you do have the ability to actually, if you think programming works better for your brand or may resonate better with your customers, you do have the opportunity to do that with YouTube. Right now, I am going to walk you through a practical, real world example that I'm currently going through, and then I'm going to tie it back to the auto industry. So I've been living in my place for about 15 years. I have family that is coming to town to see me. So let me tell you what this family looks like. They'll be here in the next 3 weeks. So I have a brother who loves football, and he is not going to miss a football game, and he has to see it in full HD. I also have my nephew. He is an avid gamer. And then I have my niece who loves to watch YouTube as well as watch her cartoons. So I need to figure out how I'm going to be able to get a TV that fits my needs as well as all their needs before they get here. So I do all my research. I look online. I see a couple of different TVs that I'm interested in, but based on customer reviews, based on availability, based on my budget, I decided that I'm going to get a LG. Now, this LG, where am I going to purchase it from? Amazon has it with free delivery, Target, Walmart, Best Buy. So, you know, it's pretty much the TV is the same regardless of where I buy it from. The price point is exactly the same. So how do I decide where I'm going to get it from, and really who has the competitive advantage? It's really what the question is. And in many ways, this is very similar to what you all experience every day. A customer decides they're going to buy a particular SUV or a particular sedan. Pretty much, they can go to any of that brand's dealerships in order to get it. So really, it's about why should the customer choose you, and how are you connecting to the customer in order to make them choose you? So turns out we actually did a survey, and we asked, what are the deciding factors in regards to how you choose a dealership? And actually, customer service is the top priority. So let's just think about when we do our advertising and etc. What are we saying about our customer service? A lot of times we say we have the best vehicles, we have the best price, we have fixed ops, service your vehicle, and etc. But how do we really bring in that human element that really differentiates us from our competitors and gets customers to say, yes, I want to go with that brand. Yes, I want to purchase from that dealership. So we have kind of gone through what has transpired during the first half of 2023. We've also gone through some of the trends as well as some of the challenges that are up ahead of us. And like I said, let's just all buckle up and enjoy this wild ride that we are currently on. Are there any questions? Okay, that's all right. Thank you.
Hello? 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 All right. So here's the cool thing. 3 weeks ago, I was in Chicago with a client of ours. They have 29 different dealerships they work with. I was with them and Google in Chicago, and we went through a similar presentation than what Carmen just gave us. We have a few of those same stats here, but we're going to kind of keep things moving because there's some things we want to talk about. The other thing that's pretty cool about this is not just automotive. Our slides obviously talk about automotive. This is really all dealerships. So we have motorcycle, Harley-Davidson dealerships, we have power sports, we have marine, we have RV and camping. All of that together kind of works with our automotive vertical, which is 40+% of MaxConnect's business. So we do a lot of it. Again, we're going to go through these really quick. I highlighted one or two of these that Carmen mentioned as well, and the only reason why we want to talk about these is it actually matters for our marketing and what we're doing. So as she mentioned, sales are up right now year over year, about 13%. We see this 36-day supply. She talked about in the EV world, there's a 100-day supply. You all probably recall in the dark days of COVID, those were 6-day supplies. I remember getting one of my dealerships calling and saying 9 days supply. So it's really nice to see that trend going back up, and more vehicles on the lot, more to sell. Interest rates are high, and that affects when people are looking. We're going to talk automotive, obviously, but the other thing is we could look at this with a lot of other outside of our, there's automotive specific industries here, but we could look at this outside of automotive and we'd see some of the same pain points and some of the same successes that we're seeing. I think Carmen and Phil both talked about the customer sentiment. Car prices have gone up a lot the last few years. They're starting to come down slightly. Manufacturers are finally coming back to the table with some incentives. So here's kind of the good and bad of all of those things that Carmen talked about and the few we highlighted. Prices are getting better. They're not where any of us want them, but they're coming down. Inventory is adequate. Again, it's not where it once was, but it's better than it has been for years. And of course, interest rates affect decisions on a lot of that. So what I wanted to do, I told this to Brendan when we were thinking what we wanted to talk about. He watch his eyes, he'll probably roll as I go through this a little bit. I don't know if he was as sold on this as I was. But this is an actual slide from a similar presentation we had back in 2016. We'd actually just moved into this office. We had been here a few weeks, and we invited clients. This was something we did similar to this alongside Google. And you can see on there, it's a nice little diagram of 24 average touch points. 19 of those happen to be digital marketing. And you can kind of highlight and see what some of those are. Then we fast forward it. I was at a Google Automotive Summit at Google's headquarters in the Bay with Brendan in 2019, and we saw a shift in that same slide. What this shift now says is 300 touch points, and people are spending 100 days doing their research on the vehicles they want to buy. Again, this same trend with all of them. More touch points. Then we fast forward to today, and it's getting more complex. I think the statistic that we saw is the majority of shoppers are researching for just over 30 days. So they're spending less time researching, and the touch points are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of touch points. I heard a thing a while back that continues to prove itself more and more true every day, and that's this idea that we don't go online anymore. None of us turn to our family and say, well, I'm going to go online. We live online. Everything we do all day, every day is online. What that means is there's more touch points. There's more chances and opportunities for us to get in front of customers and clients who are ready to buy vehicles today, who are researching. And we know the journey can be messy and complex. And that's why we use all this great data that Google and team puts together. And then we go to work on how to get this message in front of people. So what does it mean for you or for me or for our customers and clients? Again, just a real quick recap of that. 71% of car buyers are now considering buying it online. In the past, that number was 0%, 13%, 10%, 20%, and now it's up to 71%. All the things we mentioned before, interest rates, vehicle pricing, EVs, their introduction, and many other things have made it so brand loyalty is kind of deteriorating right before us. Someone who would only buy a Ford before is now willing to look at other models. They'll consider things. So the research and this idea of purchasing and their decisions, that pace is picking up. It's no longer 120 days, 100 days, it's 30 days. And all of that means we need to make sure we're getting in front of your customers, and that becomes more important than it ever has.
So most of you probably know this, but Google came out with their dealer guidebook. They come out with it every year. So I went through and just wanted to pick out a few things that I thought were really interesting, some takeaways that you guys can all take home. So one thing that I did think was interesting is they give a depiction of the funnel, and then from both an OEM standpoint and a dealer standpoint, who should own what part of the funnel, who should be involved in which portions of the funnel. And I thought it was pretty interesting that dealers are expected to be part of the funnel probably higher than most people realize, most dealers realize. When those consumers are choosing between brands of cars, that's when the dealership should start being involved in the funnel. This means that dealerships are responsible for bringing consumers into their funnel more than they realized before, or maybe that they're doing currently. I know I'm going to shock you guys all, but Google is the place that people research things. That's where people go to get information. When they start looking to research a product, that's where they go. I know that's shocking, but something that was shocking to me was actually something that they put in their slide that you can see. It says that 66% of consumers are utilizing Google search somewhere along their path, which I found very interesting. Not surprising that a lot of people use Google, right? But what was interesting to me was the fact that means that there are 34% of consumers that are not utilizing Google search within their journey and research. That means a third of the market is not going to be hit by a paid search or a VLA ad. I think that's pretty powerful. I don't think it was the point of Google's slide, but it was something that I thought was very interesting for dealers to consider. If you're doing just search and just VLAs, right there you're missing out on a third of the potential buyers. So to follow up on that, I just wanted to talk a little bit about YouTube. Obviously, Google is the biggest search engine in the world. YouTube is the number 2 search engine in the world. And really, video is where consumers do a ton of vehicle research. That's where they watch videos about features, and you guys know all the videos people watch. But something that I found interesting was the type of consumers that are watching online video, and then the actions that they're taking after they're watching online video. So it said that 44% of people that are watching online video are actually visiting a dealership. I think that's extremely powerful to realize that, yes, while video can be more awareness and generating demand and higher up in that funnel, these are consumers that are driving into dealerships. And so it's just not just a branding play, and something that we feel like it should be a part of a full funnel approach.
So the one other thing that we wanted to talk about, Max Connect, we work with hundreds of dealerships around the country. We're in the East Coast, we're on the West Coast. We work with these large dealership groups, we work with small groups. We don't have a cookie cutter, custom fit approach that works for all dealerships. It's not out there. What we believe actually works better is to make sure we're strategically thinking about how are we working on awareness? What are some of our high funnel approaches, and what are we trying to get from that? What are we trying to do to engage and re-engage our customers? What are we doing in that mid-funnel approach? And then, of course, what are we doing in that low funnel? And what are we doing to actually bring in leads and drive sales and move more vehicles and all of that? So when we sit down with a new dealership, the conversation is around their goals and their strategy, and then we build in what their marketing plan actually looks like. And for every dealership, it's probably a little bit different based off that. What this is actually a look. We've kind of pulled out any names of dealerships, but this is one of our current, this is a client who you can say it's 12 months history. And this is when we start to do things right. We're focused on how do we bring in awareness? How do we teach them what we're doing? How do we make sure that you're top of mind? And then we start making sure not just that they're engaged, they're re-engaged. We've seen over and over again how important it is to get them back to the website, back doing research, getting them information they want, helping them so they're ready and prepared to make decisions, and then finally a purchase. So this is actual data, a 5-dealer group, 5 rooftop dealer group that we work with. The numbers aren't that important. I included them so we could see what this actually looks like. But as we start to build marketing strategies for people, these are the things we're looking for. For them, in that 12-month look, 40 million impressions, okay? What are we doing to get the word out there that you exist, and this is what your product is, this is what the vehicles that you have on lot look like. And then from there, again, 700,000 views drove 1 million clicks, 250,000 new and used VDPs, 23,000 leads. We're talking form fills, phone calls, chats, texts, down to they, in that 12-month period, looked at 90 or sold 9,500 new or used vehicles. That's the kind of funnel that we're trying to build for our clients. And it looks different for all of them, but for us, that's what's important, is getting that full funnel approach.
I lost. Okay, there I am. Something that I love that Ryan and really the Max Connect team as a whole have really focused on is business outcomes. That's all. We've always been focused on trying to help our clients achieve better business outcomes, right? Selling cards is the goal, and it's our goal for our clients too. And so that's one of the reasons that we preach this full funnel approach is not because we want to have more channels or more complexity. It's because we have a belief in it. We feel like the end result is improving business outcomes because, like what has been mentioned in previous talks, is that we're not successful unless you guys are successful. And so business outcomes is our goal. And yeah, want to thank you guys for coming out, listening to us. I'm really happy because I'm a nerd just by trade. I focus on numbers, analytics, and data is my thing. And so I was really nervous to come here and present to a huge crowd. But luckily, we got the hottest room in the entire building. So, hey, it's been a pleasure to talk to you, a small crowd of people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take a short break. We're going to start back up in this room at 2 o'clock. It's going to be the X Factor for brands, essential building blocks that your brand may be missing. I will be presenting alongside Frank Imler, our creative director. We're going to talk about how creative on your campaigns and content may be your secret weapon that you may not realize, as well as other essential factors for success. In the other room, which is in the office with the glass doors near the book signing, will be From Prospects to Profit, Closing the Gap with Lead Generation. That's going to be led out from Shanice Wigfall, the head of agency at Google, as well as Kelly Holliday, our Senior Vice President of Home Building and Higher Ed, as well as Peyton Halls, one of our digital team directors. With that, appreciate your time here, and we'll see you back in a few minutes.
counting every hour. Seasons change, but I still feel the same. And I can't go on without you. I need you more with every step I take. I wish just could be
Is this mic on? Now it is. There we go. What you'll find at summits like this is there's a main keynote. They're amazing. And it's very both inspiring and life-changing and impactful the way that you think about things, and there's application very broadly in your life, to the point that I could have my wife come and keep her attention all the way. But as soon as we start to talk marketing, you see people start to pilfer off. And these workshops, we're trying to go a little deeper. So if you're still here, that means you're digging a little deeper. And we appreciate you joining us. I want to talk about 12 kind of critical success factors that can, both build a sustainable brand into the future and really, I think, help you to ensure you have the right priorities over time. These 12 things can't be done all at once. It's not a, one size fits all, but there's individual adaptation for every brand. And so I wanted to introduce what we call the X factor. And you could say that the successful outcomes we're trying to drive. This is brand and category leadership. This is market share and mind share. This is revenue, growth, loyal customer following, all the things that every brand wants. How to get there, we would state that there's about 12 building blocks. Now, you could argue these should be called differently, or there might be more or less, but for brevity's sake, 12 is a lot. So we want to kind of walk through some of these. We had another presenter today, in addition to Frank Imler, who will be joining me in a moment, but he is stuck in Hawaii. He was on Maui in Kaanapali, and he told us that on Monday the power went out and they thought, we'll go to the beach. That sounds fun. And they get back and there's still no power. And Tuesday they say, hey, I think we'll go to the beach. And they come back because the tides were surging. And at about noon, their hotel said, prepare to shelter in place. And then about an hour later, they said, evacuate now. And so he left and sheltered at a church building for about a day or two, and then found a one-room Airbnb for 10 people until they got kicked out of that because they said, well, you're above occupancy limits. And they're like, the island is burning. And so they left, and we're lucky to get a flight to Oahu and be able to spend the last several days there with his family. But pretty much the whole vacation was on fire. And so he's not with us today, but in spirit, he sent a few of his slides, which I'll cover as well. So apologize that I'll be on that topic as well, but we hope to hit on a few points. We're going to go deep on creative, and we're going to go deep on SEO and how it can really supercharge performance of a campaign. But before that, I just want to touch on a couple of topics. The first is research and design. When you think about going to market, you're thinking about who is our audience, who are our competitors, what's the landscape look like. We want to understand share of voice and wallet, what mind share you occupy in terms of that consumer. You want to be thinking about what your value proposition is, everything from point of purchase design to packaging. All things considered, this is something that every brand works with, and we've developed a couple of tools that, again, we'll share this presentation. Google's been fantastic to provide us these type of persona research for any brand, any category that brings forward a lot of data, which can be extremely helpful. Additionally, we're familiar with personas that we can go deep on and understand motivating factors. Why would somebody, recarpet a bedroom? Why would they remodel a kitchen? Why do they need to buy a new car? Understanding that at a deeper level matters. This next piece of a strategic roadmap, this is really where the business goals and objectives align with marketing goals and objectives. And you really want to be thoughtful about what is that comprehensive marketing strategy. I've worked with so many brands over the years to understand there's what's called random acts of marketing, which is like random acts of God. You never know where they're going to strike. Unfortunately, for instance, for those in Maui. But you have an opportunity to take back control. It doesn't mean you're inflexible, but it means you have a plan. And you've looked forward over the next several months or a year or two and say, this is our objective. Now, how we get there might change, but the objective's the same. With that, we look at a couple of tools that I'll share with you here. We'll do some annual marketing planning to say business and marketing and digital objectives. What were the results and how does that compare? Benchmarks. What are we hoping to achieve before we go into any campaign? How have we defined success? What's minimal success look like? And what does the upper end look like from a top, middle, and bottom funnel? And it's important to define that and have an active conversation with the team. We then will do somewhat comprehensive customer journey mapping. So this is being able to think all the way from awareness to loyalty. Now, you've heard this all day long of all the touch points to conversion, and we've talked digital. Well, here's the secret. Most of your customer interactions are with you and your website and your email, and nothing that we've talked about today with paid digital. It's on you to provide an exceptional experience. And you have to think about each and every interaction and what you're doing to win that much more loyalty, but really provide value. What are you doing to provide that exceptional experience? And you have to think through each and every interaction. I'm not going to spend time on this, but there is a high-end 5-star luxury community in St. George that we assisted with this on. And you can see at each stage in the journey, we thought, what were the motivating factors? What are the potential touch points? How can we help that brand win? We're going to have Frank Imler, our creative director, talk about, I think, some pretty compelling data. I think you're going to like this, and it's really the difference of you can have good placement. You can make sure it's the exact target audience, and then you say, well, why isn't it working? What's wrong with performance? And often, maybe we haven't connected in the right way, in an emotional way. Maybe we haven't hit stride with how we represent the brand, both visually and from a talk track perspective. And so he's got some key points that he wants to talk with you about.
Hi, I'm Frank. I'm the creative director here at Max Connect. I get to work with an incredible group of young men and women who are wildly passionate about creativity and about good design and good filmmaking. And if you haven't had a chance, they're the people here in the back that are wearing black t-shirts, doing jobs they don't necessarily specialize in doing, but they're just crazy about making sure Max Connect looks good, and so they're here making us look good. So if you have a chance afterwards, go talk to them and tell them how good of a job they're doing. As creative director, I get to figure out how to work this thing. As creative director, I get to say that there's nothing more efficient than creative advertising. Creative advertising is way more memorable, it lasts longer, it works with less media spending, and it builds communities, fan communities, way faster. And that's what I want to talk about today, and how you can start implementing that in your own brands, in your own marketing teams, and hopefully with Max Connect. There's several lab studies that you can find out there that will talk about how it gets more attention, how creative advertising leads to more positive attitudes about your product and your brand. It builds brand loyalty, and of course it always does wonders for your sales. I've been following this Harvard Business Review, and it was really interesting. They took 5 years and they collected tons of ads, and they categorized them into 5 different dimensions. And they learned what worked and what didn't. And I'm going to show you a slide here in a minute of their results and talk about each of those dimensions. And what was really interesting is when they combined different dimensions of these advertising, what worked, what didn't, and how we can implement them into what you're doing. But first of all, creativity. What is it? Is it just the fact that you can draw or play piano or write a book? Really, creativity is had by all of us. When we were born, we're all born wildly creative. We didn't care about anything. We just did what we wanted to do. If we wanted to draw, we drew on the wall. And then what happened? Your mom, your dad, your grandma comes in and she says, "Don't draw on the wall. It's bad. You can't do that." And then fear starts to creep in, and we start to put boxes around how we think and about how we apply our ideas, and we start to conform. And as we grow up, that happens more and more and more, and we start to lose our creativity. But I'm here to tell you that creativity is for everybody, because honestly, creativity is just thinking differently. The saying goes, there's more than one way to skin a cat. I'm not really an advocate for skinning cats, but there's more than one way to solve a problem. And creativity is nothing more than just solving a problem differently. And you can do it in advertising. It's really just doing something that's different or novel or unusual. So those 5 dimensions I mentioned earlier, fascinating study. The 5 different elements are, first, originality, and that's really the basis of creativity. Has elements that are rare or surprising or that move away from obvious or commonplace. So when you see an ad, you go, oh, I haven't seen that before. That's new. That catches my attention. I like that idea. Or you can take a product or an idea and you can show how it's flexible. Some ads use flexibility to say, like, this ad or this product or this brand works in all kinds of different ways. You can use it for almost anything. Some of these dimensions you probably can already see are going to work better than others. Elaboration is one of the strongest ones. Elaboration is when you take a simple idea and you expand upon it. You make it more complex. So maybe your brand has a particular value or has a particular cause or theme that it is really passionate about. There are great ways that we can expand upon that we can elaborate on those ideas and make them way more interesting. And we're going to talk about a lot more of that here in the future. Synthesis is an interesting idea where you take normally unrelated objects and you put them together to make something new and interesting and completely original. And then, of course, artistic value is it beautiful? Was the voiceover handled miraculously? Was the music original and beautiful? Was it inspiring visually? Was there some sort of aesthetic that was really pleasing? So this Harvard study tracked these ads over 5 years. They watched what combinations worked better than others, and here's the results. So as you can see, over on that side, originality was dominant. And in fact, when paired with elaboration or artistic value, ads were 80-90% way more effective in advertising compared to those who used just flexibility or synthesis, right? So flexibility was, let's show that we can be everything to everybody. That's not the strongest way to go. Or trying to compare really wacky ideas together. Like, sometimes it gets ideas, but it's not always the best. But originality, consistently, when paired with other dimensions, really ruled the day. And I want to spend a lot of time on elaboration as well. So what could that elaboration be? When we set out to launch our product or launch our service, launch our business, a lot of times we say if we have a minimal viable product, it's functional. We've got a product, it works, we can do it, we can sell it, go. Then later on in our marketing, we're going to prove that it's reliable, we're going to prove that it's usable. And so a lot of companies, they kind of stop there. But I propose that your brand or your product or your service also needs a delight factor. That's where emotion comes in. That's where people get connected to what you're offering and who you are. This is where your brand has a personality to it and people are connecting to you on an emotional level. When people can connect to other people on an emotional level, they're more forgiving. They're more loving of who they are and what they stand for. And people have been found to get behind brands the exact same way. Even in the B2B community, I found is very astounding that it's just as effective in the B2B community. If you think about it, if you're a consumer and you buy a shirt, and maybe you love the brand, and you get the shirt, it turns out it doesn't fit or you hate it, you send it back, you get your money back, no big deal. But if in a B2B purchase, it's thousands of dollars. It affects not only just you, it affects your division, it could affect your entire company. So there's more at stake, and there's more money at stake, and you can't necessarily just send it back and get your money back. So that purchasing power is crucial that there's an emotional appeal to it to really drive and connect with these brands. So, what are some ways in which we can use emotion into our brand and into our creative messaging? First, one great way is to create an identifiable character. And there's no other industry that's better at this than insurance. They got geckos, they have cavemen, they have ducks, they have Flo and Mayhem. And it's fascinating to think about the stories that each individual tells. So for example, if I wanted to buy insurance and I didn't know much about insurance, Flo and her team tells me that they're super nerdy about insurance. They know everything there is about insurance. They talk it, they dream it, they eat it, they sleep it, and they would love to just talk to your ear off about insurance. So if I'm hesitant or I don't know, the people at Progressive are super knowledgeable and they're super easy to talk to. So that's how they communicate with their customers. Mayhem, for example, uses kind of the doomsday approach, right? So if you're the kind of person who's, oh man, anything could go wrong. My neighbor's tree is getting humongous. It might land on my house. What's going to happen? And you're really focused upon those worries. They use that emotion to relate to their customers, to illustrate the beautiful commercials that are Allstate, and they entertain us with Mr. Mayhem. Another way to include emotion into your brands and in your advertising is to tell an emotional story. And there's way more emotions than just happy or sad, right? So it's not just about, the sob stories of when, a dad comes home from war, and you can interject your message or your brand into that. You can use humor or other things as well. Does anybody remember this commercial from way back in the day when Remote started taking over the market? And this little boy is in his Darth Vader costume, and he's standing around his house, and he's trying to use the Force on everything, on the dog, on his sister's toys and everything, and he was getting frustrated, and so he comes home, and he uses it on his dad's car, and his dad from the kitchen window starts it with the remote, and the kid's like, what? It worked. How did that happen? Right? So they created a moment, right? Like they used a cool new feature, and they added some emotion into it, and it's one of the most memorable things ever, and it works super well. This is another thing I like a lot. You don't necessarily have to have a long film or a long video to tell emotion. You can tell emotion within stories just by how you name your products. There's a sunglass company, Gooder, and every product has a story. For example, this particular set of sunglasses is called Whiskey Shots with Satan. So I've never taken whiskey shots with Satan, but I can imagine, it's a lot like wearing these sunglasses. I don't know. But if you go on their website, you look through all their sunglasses, like every single one is uniquely named, and it kind of works with like the color of the lenses and the frames, and then even the guy down at the bottom, like he looks like he could take a few shots with Satan, and it works. Like this is really unique. This is really interesting. Like I've ordered a pair. It's coming soon, and I took the screenshot 2 days ago. So yeah, it's really powerful. It's really memorable. The thing about emotion is that remember, people don't necessarily remember what you say, but they remember how you made them feel. And you can use that in your messages with your customers. Last, you can create a community with a cause. Subaru is a great example of this. They give tons of money to charity. They talk about it. They give money to pets and all sorts of different communities, and that's what they're all about. And they tout it. And especially young people nowadays, they they follow brands, not necessarily because of what they sell, but what they're about, what the brand cares about, and that's how they get excited. So pick a cause and go for it, and tell that story, and bring your customers along with you. So when you think about your minimum viable product, I wouldn't necessarily say that it's just, does it function, let's ship it. I would say, is it also reliable, is it also usable, and have a plan of how you can add a little bit of delight to your brand as well, so that you don't just have a product, you have a whole plan. So in most cases, companies have find, this is from the Harvard Business Review, that they're investing in creativity, and that's completely true. Increased investment will usually pay for itself, and time and time again I've seen that in my career. So to wrap it up and give it back to Phil, we need to know who our customers are. We need to know what they care about. We need to know that whole customer journey. We saw an example of it a couple times today. We need to know what they're thinking, what they're feeling before they start looking, all the way through when they start searching, once they are searching, once they're interacting with us, and how they feel afterwards. And as you start to map it, you'll see there's low points and there's high points. And you can advertise and use emotional messages in both, right? You can show them that, we've been there, we get it, we've had backed up toilets, we've had a hard time looking for a car, whatever it is that you're selling, we've been there, we get it, and we have a product or a service that will help you through it. Find those moments in which you can emotionally have a connection with your customers, and you'll see great things. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Okay, quick survey. I want to just touch on what Frank spoke on. Who knows here what liquid death is? By show of hands, liquid death. You've never heard of liquid death? Okay, we're going to pick on Harvey Scott for a moment. Harvey Scott, when I say liquid death, what do you think comes to mind? What is it? Drinking something that sucks, okay. If it was a brand, or it was selling product, what do you think it would be? Okay. Pre-workout energy. So around my office, I wish I had a visual. Taylor Smaley in our team. Oh, he's right there. So for about 3 or 4 months, I had heavy judgment on him. He'd come in at 9 or 10 in the morning. Most people have a Monster, they're slamming Mountain Dew. He had this drink called Liquid Death, and I'm thinking, is that alcohol? Is he doing like tequila shots before 10 or 11 a.m.? I had no idea. And I mean, every day without fail, he comes into the office with Liquid Death. I didn't know what it was. And finally one day we had a conversation. He's like, dude, it's water. I'm like, what? He said, it's water. And I just want to share some stats about this company called Liquid Death. Started in 2018. Its brand mantra is creative, raw, unapologetic, original, hilarious, authentic, and anti-authoritarian. They have come into space. Next year, they'll go public with Goldman Sachs for probably well over $1 billion. They're the fastest growing beverage brand in the world in a category that's already filled to the brim, water, right? Their ability to build a community, they're the #1 most followed beverage brand on TikTok. I mean, so when you talk about creativity matters, if you want to look at a fun brand story, go look at Liquid Death. And their ability to just get you to drink their product. I mean, what does it cost, Taylor, for a can? So he's spending, instead of spending like a cent to go fill up the cup at the drinking fountain, he's willing to spend $3 on a drink of water because of Liquid Death, because their creativity and their ability to tell a compelling story is there. So anyway, I just wanted to highlight that real quick. I want to spend a moment and just talk about SEO and reputation. When you think about your total digital footprint, it is far beyond your website. Your website might be the foundation block and cornerstone, but who you are online and what people find out about you spans far more than that. It's everything from listing sites to social media sites to YouTube channels to reviews online to Yelp to Google My Business, etc. And it's important to understand what that footprint looks like. And what influence you can have. Now, you don't get to control what your total digital footprint looks like, but you can influence it, you can be aware of it. So I want to just talk through a couple of these things. Like I said, Cannon couldn't be here, but he shared with me when you care about a couple of these factors as it relates to your organic health and to SEO, the impact it has on the business. So when your domain authority is at a 21 or higher, you see a 3.8% lift in revenue. When you are ranking with 13,000 plus keywords, your growth for this particular scenario was phenomenal, over 4,000%. Organic traffic of 18,000, again, seeing a percentage growth year over year of over 5% or 5,000%. And then just that SEO monetary value. When we think about SEO, we think about where we're ranking on the internet, and it's important to be there. Well, it can drive a whole lot of conversions. In fact, most brands say, wow, one of my best converting channels is always SEO. How do we get more SEO traffic? And the answer is investing in good content, investing in what others are saying about you, and continuing to put the user at the center in all that you do to say, how do I add value? Whether we meet them at your site, on your home page, on a blog post, or whether we meet them elsewhere on the internet. And so the power of strategic investment for organic visibility, just as a quick visual here, you can see as the number of keywords that you're ranking for, it has a slightly higher effect or increase from an acceleration perspective on SEO traffic, as well as that monetary value of SEO. And so there's as it relates to SEO, every dollar you put in, usually you're pulling out $2 to $3. And different than paid, it's not a rent a space for a month. It can go on for years and years and years in terms of the SEO value that you're building. Domain authority. Again, this just goes to the point, a lot of new websites, when you stand up a new URL, a new website, you might be a domain authority of 20 or 30, and that's out of 100. You get a CNN.com, and that's maybe 98, 99 domain authority. Most websites, if you're not on a national level, they're probably on a good day in the 40s, even up in the 50s. And so it's important to note that there's immense opportunity and a direct relationship with what that return on investment can provide you. The other thing I just wanted to mention with SEO, when SEO is combined with paid, and so often, and this is unfortunate, but when clients are trying to make choices and trade-offs, they're saying, do I spend money on SEO or do I spend money on paid? And sometimes we have to make those tough decisions. Hopefully, most of the time, there's an opportunity to do both. And we see that when you're running SEO only, there's certain kind of factors from domain authority, ranking keywords, monetary value of SEO. When you couple it with paid efforts and you run those two simultaneously, I love the fact that our paid and SEO teams work hand in hand. They say to the paid team, hey, what are the words that are ultimately defining the majority of the conversions over the last several months? And we're going to go build content and invest in that. And it's going to have a tremendous impact for years to come. And so thinking about just that ability to share data between your SEO and paid teams and really understand what's influencing, what's converting. And I think SEO can have a lot of triggers along the way that are great data sets for the paid side. One last thing I'll say. A lot of our clients will say, boy, whenever we spend on branded terms, and if you don't know what that means, let's say you're Liquid Death. And if you say, okay, if I'm Liquid Death, I'm willing to go spend $1.50 every time somebody types in Liquid Death, and I'll be a sponsored ad on Google, and they'll click on it. And they'll most likely come by. And you kind of say, well, duh, they were looking for you. Of course they're going to buy, right? And we have a lot of brands say, well, how do we increase the number of branded searches? Like, that seems like the gold mine. If we spend money on paid, if we have traffic come in organically, that's where it's at. And the answer is SEO matters and paid search matters, but what really matters is everything we've spoken about today, building brand in the right way, alerting those potential audiences and consumers across video, connected TV, programmatic display, social. You have to go introduce yourselves to them. And what's interesting, there's always that tie of whenever you're investing in brand in that higher funnel, middle funnel, you see branded searches skyrocket. And that always equals greater opportunity for growth. So key takeaways: SEO gets results. Number 2, the more you invest, the better you perform. Number 3, SEO and paid, there's a lot of upside there. Now, I want to just spend the last few minutes, and happy to take some questions as well. I want to just talk about, and we've spent some time on this today, sometimes people ask us, well, what leads to a good paid campaign? What are you doing? And Google, had some fantastic ideas around AI can do a lot. And companies ask us to say, how much of your technology is AI? Is this people pushing it? Is it just systems and machines? And our answer is usually fourfold. It's architecture, it's people, it's kudos that Devin spoke on earlier in partnerships. I want to start with partnerships. We're not an agency without incredible brands to work with. And those partners that know how to invest in the right ways, how to grow their business, and build an incredible product, that's what matters first and foremost. Number 2, aligned objectives and outcomes. When you in an agency or you and your marketing team have aligned objectives, as Greg McEwen spoke about earlier, when you're really clear on your priorities and what doesn't matter. When you can understand what that is and you say, if nothing else happens in the next 6 months, what would you consider success to be? When you can both agree on that answer, that's important. And then lastly, we kind of talk about a little bit of a bullseye as it relates to alignment of that brand and performance. When you aren't just focused on the immediate win, but you're looking long term. You're looking ahead to say, I want to own this market. I don't need to just make $1 more this month. It's more important for me, to kind of win the war. Going to kudos, Devin spoke on this already. This is the data you use, the attribution from a customer perspective, as well as those analyses and insights. People, the way that we structure teams, so this could be every single member of our digital team. A large part of their compensation comes from how well campaigns perform. We want them to have skin in the game. We want them to be paid when things aren't going as well and rewarded when things go better. The culture and experience that's brought as well. And then lastly, just architecture. It's funny, we'll sit down and go and review accounts when we begin to work with a new client, and we'll see that accounts are set up certain ways. And often it's here's a campaign, here's a few audiences and some ads that we'll associate with that. And there might be 3 or 4 campaigns. By the time our digital team's usually done in rebuilding the campaigns the way that we think should be structurally done, there's anywhere between 70 to 100 campaigns. And the reason we do that is so we can test every hypothesis over time. We can start with audiences, and we know which creative piece is working with which audience and what's responding. We can test message, we can test offers. And so being able to turn on and off certain data sources matters. Being able to turn on and off certain pieces of creative matters. And so just how you structure campaigns matters a lot as well, in addition to optimization. So we've spoken to a lot of this already, so I'm going to jump ahead. The last thing I'll just say is have a little bit of patience. Understand that good things take time. I was with a client yesterday that, I won't tell you who, but have spent years perfecting this direct response campaign. I mean, they send out direct mail and they rake in millions a week. And it's incredible. Now they spend millions a month. And what they have found is there's a formulaic response of they buy data from the credit bureau, they take that data, they go, have a mailer and an offer, it goes out, and within 4 weeks they know that it's something along the lines of $146 for new customer acquisition. And it's great. But they've started to hit a wall of growth. And they're not able to easily expand beyond the certain states that they're in due to licensing. And so now they're saying, well, maybe we should consider digital. We started to work with them 45 to 60 days ago. And we had a call yesterday where we kind of did a little bit of a level set where they said, well, why aren't we achieving $146, cost of acquisition right now? And the question was, how many years did it take for you to refine that direct response piece? How many years was that channel stood up to get it right? And they said, well, yeah, it was 2, 3, 4 years, and we finally got there. And have some patience as you're trying new things. Don't just throw out the baby with the bathwater within the first month or two. Give yourselves a little bit of time. Be patient. Know that as good things take time, results will come if you're doing it right, you're being intentional, and you're leading with the best aspects of your brand, and make sure that that growth mindset's along the way. A few other thoughts. I want to be sensitive to time. We think about traditional media. There are some fantastic opportunities as we think guerrilla marketing, as we think out of home, as we think reaching a broader audience. And so when you think traditional, it can mean billboard. And if you're new to a market, if you're thinking directional signage, if you're a physical location, it can be powerful. And it certainly has its place. A couple of other quick things we'll speak on. PR and earned media. Nothing validates, I think, a brand more than being on the front page of their respective industry publication where it says, you know, must have for overlanders. And all of a sudden every overlander's thinking, wow, how do I go get one of those? And it's important to think about how you're respected not only among your peers, but it's the industry validating who you are and what you stand for. So I think there's a tremendous opportunity through that. We've tried to do it ourselves. We actually sponsor a race team. I don't know how many of you knew that, but they, over the last couple of years, have had 3 podium finishes at Le Mans, if you've ever seen Ford versus Ferrari. And the last 2 years, we were first place, which is pretty exciting. And so those type of opportunities we've taken up to have an opportunity to not only be a good partner, but also look at some earned media awards and recognitions. A few other things. I want to tell you a story. So Devin earlier talked about Nike, and I'm going to bring them up in a moment. So I take my kids to the Jazz game. And since I'm buying the tickets, they're not only in the upper section of the Jazz game. We're talking tip top of the arena. Like we were 3 from the very top nosebleed. And the elevation was high. And we did it because it was the Ford fan zone. So it's bring your kids, buy 6 tickets, all you can eat hot dogs and hamburgers and slushies and all the things that kids love. And so I'm thinking, this is going to be great. We have tickets, we have free food. They're not going to nag me to go buy something. We're great. So we get settled in our seats. I'm finally watching the game. Well, I'm watching the Jumbotron, which is watching the game. And I start to get nagged by my kids to say, Dad, we need you right now. And I said, we're watching the game. You got your food. What else do you need? And they said, you need to come give them your email address. And I thought, oh no, I know what this is. And so they drag me out of my seat. I go to the Ford fan zone and they say, for your kid to win the right to have a Ford sticker or a Ford pair of socks or a Ford cup, we need to get all your personal consumer data and to see if you're willing to buy a Ford in the next 6 months. So I fill out all of the information, sign over my first child. And by the end of it, my kids walked out with some swag. We call that brand activation. It's about meeting people where they're at, giving them an experience. My kids love Ford just because of that experience, and it's an opportunity through sponsorships of events, of teams, of being there in person. It's powerful, giving you a kind of front row experience with a brand. Along with brand activation, we think about social media. One of our clients that we love working with is Splenda. We're doing some incredible things with them of trying to make, when I first thought of Splenda and we started to work with them, I was thinking, I go to a restaurant and it's what, older people like to use instead of sugar. And now I realize there is an absolute revolution and what they're able to do with drinks, with products, with diabetic, all sorts of diets. It's remarkable, and how they've told their story has been powerful, and we've sought to amplify it through social. Hold on one second. A couple other quick things. Lids is a brand that we've worked with, and when you think about the wintertime and you think about an opportunity to provide some sort of brand activation, even at retail. So you can see this example here. It looks like it's, the things hanging off a Christmas tree and ornaments, and kind of opportunities to kind of tie in, to who you are as a brand and kind of seasonal moments. CRO nurturing. When you're doing everything else well, you're investing a lot of money and you have good creative, the question is, how can this work better? If our conversion rate is 2.2% online, how do we make it 3.2% online? And that's where CRO comes in. So it's everything from landing pages, to mobile pages, to heat mapping, everything that a person's doing. Did you know you can essentially video record as if you were sitting behind somebody and see their exact clicks, movements, what they're typing in, and be able to get all of that qualitative data, which gives you an immense opportunity to know how to navigate what to do next and where to pivot from the type of content that you have on your landing pages. When we think about email nurturing flows, do you have a strategy across all of your customer segments and behaviors? If they open this email, then you send this one, and that's based on this behavior if they clicked on that link. That can be powerful, and it's important to think holistically. Email database and database marketing is the most underappreciated, I think, channel in marketing. It certainly is the most leverageable, and when done right, it can provide immense ROI. Just a couple other things. Affiliates and influencers. So when you think about affiliates and influencers, there's a lot of ways to reach out, to have brands represent you. I'm sure that Liquid Death has a lot of affiliates and influencers associated with them. This is just an example with our client Lids, their ambassador program. You can get a lot of incredible content created with your product and have others be talking about you and validating you online with those kind of relationships. I just want to talk about two more things, analytics and attribution. Devin did an excellent job talking about kudos earlier, and I won't spend too much more time there. But again, an incredible opportunity to see your marketing at work, getting a singular vantage point of the customer from multiple platforms that we've integrated with. And then Ryan Robler in Automotive talked about this as well. I think when you can take a bigger picture, we work with a local community theater here called Hell Center Theater. They do a remarkable job putting on Broadway-like quality with those in the community and talent. And we build this for them every year. And it's remarkable to look back to see the millions of individuals and impressions that have been reached, the number of clicks and visits driven, but most importantly, the transactions. And being able to kind of look high level on marketing and seeing its kind of ripple effect from brand to performance. Last thing I want to talk about, I want to tell just a quick story. This shoe here isn't mine, it's Devin's dad's shoe that he told us about earlier. But my son, he had his eye on a pair of shoes like this, and of course we said no. But he got a pair of Dunks, and he was joining a basketball team a couple of months ago. He's 9. And, you know, he's headed out to practice after he's had these shoes for a couple of days. And he says to me, what shoes should I wear? You know, I don't have any that fit me. And we said, we just got you a brand new pair of Dunks. And he kind of looked at me and almost rolled his eyes in the pre-teenage fashion. He said, Dad, I'll get crease marks. Like, I can't wear my Dunks to practice. I got to keep those nice. And I had no idea that Nike had built a multi-billion-dollar brand where kids will just buy shoes, and not just kids, big kids, adults, even Devin, and put them on their shelf and keep them and just look at them, and because they're collectibles. And what an incredible amount of loyal following Nike has built. They are churning out tens of billions of dollars of profit every quarter. The shoe game's off the hook right now, and I think that's just an example of the kind of loyalty that they've been able to build. So as you think about customer loyalty, it can be everything from an app. I go and eat at a local restaurant here called Aubergine Kitchen. It's a healthy place that you can go, but I often go there because I know I'm accruing loyalty points. And when I'm making decisions as a consumer, I think, oh, if I go there, I get, another 15 loyalty points and my meal's $20 off. I'm going to go there. And there's some tremendous opportunity if you're a retailer, an e-com brand, an automotive trucking dealership, anytime you can incorporate loyalty and give people self-interested reasons to come back, it can be powerful. So with that, just in closing, when you're thinking about success, we want you to think far beyond just running paid digital. That's an important aspect of it. But you want to take a step back and say, who are we talking to? Why does it matter? As Frank so eloquently spoke about, be creative, be memorable, be humorous. Have a reason to give people an experience. Tell a compelling story. I think the reason we loved hearing from Greg McKeown earlier, he just got up here and told stories. When he sent his slides over a week ago, I just laughed. I'm like, it's 5 just slides of scribbles. Like, that's all he needs. And he was up here for an hour and a half, and he just told stories. And that's what people remember. So in closing, we're appreciative that you're here. Thank you for your relationship with the agency. We've certainly appreciated it. And as we wrap up and conclude, we want you to think about marketing in not just a singular sense, running meta ads or running search ads, but taking the time to really understand who you're speaking to, why it matters, and how to add value at every interaction. And with that, I think we're done. Appreciate it. Do you know, Jeff, are they finishing back there? Okay. I don't know if we'll do any sort of kind of closing session, so we just wanted to thank you for your attendance. Thank you for being here. Feel free to loiter the rest of the day. There's drinks, there's food in the fridge. We've loved having you and enjoyed the time. Everything that you saw today has been recorded. All the slides can be shared. Reach out to whoever you know at Max Connect, and we'd love to help with that. Appreciate it.
Inside.